Great. Thank you so much, Veronica, and welcome to everyone. And I want to give a really warm welcome to those individuals who also are new administrators for WIOA Title II, because this is day 5 of new administrator or onboarding training for you. And so I appreciate your perseverance as you moved through this week on Zoom all week. And I also want to just share a little bit about myself. Neil thought it'd be a good idea if Javier and I shared a little bit about our backgrounds. I've been the State Director Education Administrator now for, this is going into my 4th year for adult education. Prior to that, I oversaw career technical education for the Department of Education. Before coming to CDE, I actually started a county administered adult education program, also known as a CAEP, in the El Dorado County Office of Education. So I know where all of you sit when you are new, and I took advantage, as you are, of every new opportunity to participate in training so that I could learn all I could to do my job for not only to support the teachers, but also to ensure that I was providing support to those students, because as I supported the teachers, it only helped the students in the outcome there. So that's a little bit about me. I want to thank all of you that may not be new, that were here when we had to do this shift in March and shifting to online learning. And California has been really seen as a leader. I was reading an email this morning from a colleague who does a lot of work across the country, and he said that he couldn't believe that there are so many places out there that don't have the support that we've been able to provide to all of the agencies through TAP and as well as our state leadership projects. And he also had a little piece of advice that I thought was really poignant for today. And he said that we should make sure that we take all the positives that we found and the educating gears we didn't even know that we had, and bolt them on to the adult education we knew to make an even greater adult education. And I thought that's, I'm going to attribute that to Robert Breitbart from Burlington English. And I thought that was a great quote for us to be thinking about as we're moving forward through this online learning that we're doing. And with that, Javier.
Good morning. And I also like to extend a welcome to you all, a heartfelt welcome, because you're entering into a very unprecedented times. I'm sure you heard that term often, but it's so true. And if we think about the population we serve, they're the hardest hit right now during this economic crisis. The first industries hit by COVID-19 was hospitality and retail, and often is the immigrant workers and those with lower educational attainment. So there's an urgency to what we do right now. We welcome you to be collaborators with us from the state. As Carolyn identified, our state is being acknowledged as being able to pivot to online quickly. We attribute that to your colleagues in the field and yourselves. And when I say collaborators, I want to, we hope to, as we move forward, create opportunities in which information works both ways. We all have roles and responsibilities. Carolyn and I, the CAEP team, have responsibilities to identify areas that we need to put more emphasis on. We have responsibilities to ensure that we present our data in the most, most usable way for the state, so they could actually see what's going on in the field, be able to point out any caveats, because there is always caveats on the data. You may say declines, but then we see increases in services provided. And we need, so these are the things that we're keeping an eye on. And before I forgot, my first ask was to share about myself. I've been with CAEP for about 4 years as well. I think it's been about 4 years. And during that time, I have parallel duties with apprenticeship training programs for the apprenticeship office, for the chancellor's office. And these two things, I think, are going to converge more often, apprenticeship with adult education, especially in the area of pre-apprenticeship. So there'll be more from us in the future regarding that topic. But with in the apprenticeship side, let me just give a real quick overview of what I mean by pre-apprenticeship. We have apprenticeship training programs, we have traditional apprenticeship programs, and we have programs that we've been investing in that we call new and innovative. What we also do is we cut a piece of our funding to invest in pre-apprenticeship so we could create pathways for people that are underrepresented in those industries and those occupations. In the pre-apprenticeship side, this is where we like to see adult ed really step up and take a leadership role, but that's more from us in the future. But before these 4 years, I was at the chancellor's office for actually 7 years, I believe it's 7. And before that, my primary responsibility was, the first 3 years was overseeing grants and contracts at the chancellor's office. And it was quite a time. It was a time in which our portfolio went from about 100 million to nearly $1 billion. We had Strong Workforce came to the picture. I had a role in implementing the Strong Workforce program, the initial implementation. Yeah, so it was exciting as time. And also I feel the responsibility of all those experiences as well. I'd like to bring to the table and see how Strong Workforce program could support linkages, adult education, more important, linking our students into CT programs that Strong Workforce is investing. So that's something that Neil and I and Kellen will be planning and thinking about more often. And I would also say that I would like to attribute to my boss, Vice Chancellor Shani Weber, is that's a task that she has given Neil and I, is better link Strong Workforce with adult education. What those two things have in common, they both have a regional structure. They both have a regional consortia. But but I would say our regional consortia probably behaves more like a regional consortia, such as actual planning, investments that that planning that actually reflects the investments and so on. So I think we bring a lot to the table there. So that's another topic that you should expect to hear more from us. And before those 7 years, I was actually at the California Workforce Development Board. I was there for about, it might be 14 years. During that time with the California Workforce Development Board, I was a manager. One of my primary responsibilities there was I used to oversee the industry-specific committees. We had one in manufacturing, we had one in health. I think those were the two primary ones. I had one on career pathways but really most of my energy was in health. That was the time when Obamacare came online and we had the stimulus under Obama, in which we had a lot of funding come through, and that was a time of another big financial crisis, in which we thought would not be surpassed for quite a long time. And here we are, in which a lot of aspects of this financial crisis worse than that financial crisis. And so, but during that time, there was a lot of lessons there learned as well. One lesson there was much like now, there was a lot of emphasis on investments from the federal government coming into states to spur the economic recovery, to target very specific industries. And one of those things was building and trades for green jobs. And there was a lot of investments came in. And I would say a lot of those investments were not sustained beyond the life of those initial investments, because I would say that we probably could have done a better job. And what the job we could have done is a lot of programs ramped up specifically to meet that opportunity. Instead, in hindsight, which I think we need to apply now, because we are looking at the possibility, should there be a transition at the federal level, seeing more investments, much like we saw during that time. And should that occur, was the big lesson learned is let's partner with what exists today. And what you'll find is there's a lot of traditional apprenticeship programs. There's a lot of community-based organizations that are doing the work today, just not at the volume in which they potentially will should those investments come down. So that's one thing is let's not reinvent the wheel should those opportunities come. Let's link up with people that are doing it today and learn from them and find how our competencies of our two systems can complement one another. That'll be the work. And that's another topic moving forward is you'll hear much later is 3-year planning. And I think that's what we're going to be at the heart of 3-year planning is sectors, data, where's the economy going, where are the opportunities, where do our students fit? So that's another topic. So during that, so it was a great experience, the workforce development world. And before that, I was at EDD. That's where I first met Neil. Neil was a program manager for, before WIOA, there was WIA. Before WIA, there was the Job Training Partnership Act. And the Job Training Partnership Act, that was 3 programs ago. I was a monitor and Neil was a program manager. So I was the bad guy, Neil was the advocate. So now we're both good guys. We're both good guys now. Yeah. All right. So that's enough about me. I look forward to our work together, and we will work closely with our TAP. And I want to thank our TAP. Our TAP has, let's just say, there's a lot of things that have occurred at the state level, personnel changes, things in life that have made us disappear for a little while and come back. The TAP has made us appear more constant than we were probably at times. And I want to thank Veronica and Renee coming on board, and Holly. Holly's always in the background, making sure things happen and nothing falls between the cracks. And you don't think we didn't miss that, Holly, we see that. So I want to thank you all, and I welcome you, and I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolyn and Javier, for those greetings, as well as more insight into your experience and what you bring to the CAEP program, as well as a glimpse into where we're going moving forward. So thank you both very much for that. Now we'll turn it over to Neil, who will give us a little bit of a deeper dive and an overview of the CAEP program as a whole. And his PowerPoint presentation is in the Google folder that you all have access to. And the title of his presentation is New CAEP Onboarding Nuts and Bolts. So if you want to pull that up and follow along, definitely take some notes and use it for future reference. But that is the PowerPoint presentation that he will be presenting from this morning. So Neil, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thanks, Veronica. Thanks, Carolyn and Javier. So before I share my slides, full disclosure, let's see, I am worked at EDD for 17 years. That's where I met Javier, and I actually did unemployment insurance claims for a while. But you know, they could probably use me now. But anyway, on a personal note, I did a 23andMe DNA thing, you know, spit in the tube. And it was interesting. And I kind of knew this from my mom's side of the family, but 25% of my DNA is from Mexico and Native American. So I guess Javier and I could be considered brothers from another mother, or whatever you call that. Javier still wants to put me through some cultural validation. He doesn't believe it yet, so we'll see how this goes. But before I share slides, Javier and Carolyn, thank you so much. And Veronica, are we ready to go? I'm set to share. As everybody can hear me?
Yes, you are set to share and we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. So let's go into presentation mode here. There we go. All right, so the main thing you got to know is the website. So I put that on the first slide. So So you can go back to that, but that's where everything is. And then in today's presentation, I'll cover what is CAEP, history, ed code, which is the foundation, our systems that we use, our governance planning, how we tell our story, and then tools or newbie necessities as I see, and then questions. And feel free to ask questions at any time. So first slide, what is CAEP? So you could go to the ed code and see how they established it through AB 104, but basically there's quite a few offices, agencies involved. There's California Department of Education, their adult ed office. There's the Chancellor's Office, non-credit and workforce development. We also have the State Board of Education that's written into code. And then last year through AB 2098, we have the Governor's Office of Immigration Services. So they are also involved in the California Adult Ed program. And then as Javier and Carolyn said, Sacramento County Office of Education has the technical assistance project, that contract that provides you all your answers to your questions, connects you with experts, provides you technical assistance, works with contractors to facilitate getting you that information. And then we have the state CAEP office, which is kind of a mixture of Chancellor's Office and CDE staff. I'm kind of the point person for CAEP at the staff level, so I'm kind of the day-to-day person that you would see on operations, but Carolyn has her staff as well working. And then there's also non-credit individuals at the Chancellor's Office that we do rely on, as well as workforce development people. And then we have other state partners like Department of Social Services, and we mentioned EDD, Workforce Investment Board. Who else am I missing? Department of Rehab. And then local partners that you might have, libraries, community-based organizations, local WIBs, one-stops, you know, all those other partners, faith-based organizations or nonprofits, you know, food banks, those kind of things. So that is CAEP. So when we try to see the bigger picture, it's more than just an adult school or a non-credit community college program. It's the whole community. So let me move on to the next slide. So CAEP history. So quickly, origins of adult ed back in 1850. I don't know, maybe 1854 or 53 at St. Mary's Basement in San Francisco. They were having ESL classes. And so that's where it started, adult education at an adult school in a church in San Francisco, and moved on from there. It's gone through a lot of iterations, a lot of new things, junior colleges, which were established some time ago, but were able to do adult education back in the 60s. So adult education at the junior college level is relatively new compared to when adult ed started. There were also some colleges that were doing this a little further back, but the official connection happened in the 60s. And then we had what they call pre-flexibility, would be everything before like 2007, when our budget for state-funded adult education was over $700 million. And then that got flexed. And so about, from surveys that our professional organizations did, about a little over 50% of that was swept, maybe 60%, I don't know, it was quite a lot. And so that went to the K-12 district because there were cutbacks in K-12 classes. So all the reserve in adult ed, all the funding, a lot of that got moved over to the K-12. And so as a result, I mean, that was 2007. So flash forward, 5 years later, or maybe 6 years later, AB 86 came up as the Governor Brown was deciding what to do with adult education, because people were unhappy with the flexibility and what was going on there and the needs of the students. So the original plan was to move it all over to community colleges, and that caused a outcry from the adult ed K-12 community. The governor then decided to do regional planning and bring community colleges and K-12 adult together in a planning grant, which was about $25 million. And as a result of the planning grant and the plans that were developed and the teams that were formed in the state level work group that involved people from around the state as far as representatives on that work group, as well as state agencies, the end result of that was AB 104, which was the legislation that started our base funding for CAEP. And it was called AEBG, Adult Ed Block Grant. And that was a $500 million block grant, started in 15-16, which then turned into apportionment. So it wasn't a block grant because that was causing problems. So now, as of this year, we have $538 million, and now we call it the California Adult Ed Program. So there's a quick history of the program. Here's the ed code that's really important, and this is what I always go to when people ask questions. I always go to the ed code because that's the regulatory code that we use. So if you ever have questions or something comes up, ed code's pretty short. And if it's not in this ed code, then we would refer you back to your, if it's a K-12 district, we would refer them back to the CDE Adult Ed Education Code. If it was non-credit community college, we would refer them back to the non-credit Title V regulations and their ed code. So, and then absent of that, we always refer them to their district policies and procedures. But let's just review the mainstays of the current adult ed education code 84900. It's on our website under governance, and then click on, when you get the governance, click on legislation, and I use it all the time. So first one, 84901, that's who we serve. That means 18 years and older. Some programs that are not CAEP serve students under 18, but if you're going to use CAEP funds, according to the ed code 84901, they have to be 18 years and older. So that's, we get that question all the time. And then how do we make decisions? So there's education code 84905, all kinds of information about how we make decisions, how you get an official representative from your district member, public meetings, which also connects with Brown Act. So a lot of good information there when you're having public meetings and making decisions in a public setting. And so there's a lot of requirements there. Who do you involve? How do you make decisions? Things like that. You should all have in your consortia a governance document, as well as any additional bylaws or MOUs that dictate how things are going to operate in your consortia. And then moving along, Ed Code 84906 is the section that was just updated last year on planning. And we'll go a little bit into that later, but that covers the 3-year plan. And then every year we update that 3-year plan through an annual plan. Then that annual plan drives how you set up your member activities and the budget associated with those activities. And then you report your expenses. So the planning kind of drives all that. Another one to keep in mind is Ed Code 84911. It's a very brief one, like one line, but it does describe how we're a needs-based program. That it lists several categories of need, things like, you know, limited English proficiency, unemployment, low literacy levels, no high school diploma, adult ed population, and poverty or low income. So I think, so what we did with that needs-based ed code is we developed a formula from the census data from 2010, and we developed a percentage of each consortia of the total need in the state. And so each of those need categories, and there were 6, they all got a proportionate share. They were all equally weighed, and that's how we allocated the regional consortia funds. And so that's an important one if you ever needed to go back. We also have on the website under funding, there's we have a little 2-pager on the state formula funding. Then we have spreadsheets there that show how much each consortia, as far as percentages received based on the need category. So that's always interesting to look at. So a lot of good information there. And then there's Ed Code 84913, which describes the 7 program areas. Over the last few years, we have, for reporting's sake, we have combined a lot of CTE related program areas. So if you look at those 7 program areas, 3 of those program areas are CTE related because they're short-term vocational, workforce prep, or that used to be called workforce reentry, and pre-apprenticeship. So when we report, we roll those all up into career technical education. Makes it easier that way. But the original 7 program areas, you know, do cover those CTE ones, as well as adult secondary, adult basic education is one, and you have ESL, you have adults with disabilities, and then you have what they call K-12 success, which is working with elementary and secondary students to achieve academic success. And then another important one, and we'll be working on this in the next 3-year plan, is Ed Code 84914, member effectiveness. There's not a lot of material on member effectiveness, but it says this is how you can reduce or take money away from a member if they're not being effective. And there's rules in there that dictate that the member gets no less than the prior year, depending on the circumstances, or if there's cuts, it's proportionate, you know, based on the prior year, those kind of things. So we are working on member effectiveness, but we will be asking the consortium and its members to tell us how they define member effectiveness, because it could vary depending on your bylaws and your governance of how you're determining effective membership. So we're working on that this year and into the 3-year plan. So keep an eye on that. And then lastly, there's a large section in the CAEP Ed Code 84920, which covers all our data collection and reporting that you're required to do. Newly added are the immigrant integration metrics and reporting. And so we'll be having some presentations at the virtual summit next month, covering the reports that'll be available in TOPS Pro from CASAS. And basically those will be those co-aps. If you're familiar with WIOA 2, you have co-applications through the EL Civics program. And what we're doing is lining them up with the immigrant integration framework, which is 10 areas that we think are important for immigrant integration. And then you can track how your program is doing through those 10 areas of focus through completion of the EL Civics COAP. Or if you want to measure how you're doing compared to the immigrant integration framework and looking at those areas, you can see where there's gaps. So maybe you're only covering like a couple of the areas and you have gaps that you don't have any COAPs that you're offering in certain areas. So it could be a good way to evaluate how you're dealing with the immigrant population, and we'll keep plugging on that one. So that's a good ed code to look at. A lot of good information there. All this information is on the website as far as data dictionaries related to the data collection, information on where to go to view the data, whether it's in the TOPS Pro reports or the launch board. You can look at it by region. You can look at it by super region, by consortia, by individual district. So a lot of ways to slice and dice the data. So moving along, and speaking of those systems, so we use a few big systems. So NOVA, if you haven't heard about that, that's our planning and fiscal system. TOPS Pro is for K-12 and county offices, their student data system, and that's for CAEP. TOPS Pro is also used by WIOA 2 grantees, which could include community colleges as well as K-12 adult schools and county offices and community-based organizations and other agencies like correctional facilities and jails and things like that. Rehab and developmental services, I think. Then we have COMIS, which is the Chancellor's Office Management Information System. And so that's where all the non-credit community college student data is collected. And then we have Launchboard, which is a dashboard which collects TOPS Pro and COMIS data. And it's displayed on a dashboard on the Launchboard website. And if you go on that Launchboard website, which is open to the public, no password needed, you can just click on the adult ed pipeline, and that's where you can sort it to get down either at the 10,000 foot level, at the super region, or down to the individual district. So Veronica, let me know if we're getting any questions, because I'm just rambling along here, because I can't see the chat while I'm sharing.
Yes, I'll let you know. No questions as of right now.
Okay. Either they've left and having breakfast, or I've lulled them to sleep. Okay, so here is more details on the Launchboard. So the Launchboard, like I said, combines TOPS Pro, COMIS. In addition to those two that I mentioned, it also combines EDD, base wage file and earnings, so Employment Development Department information, the National Student Clearinghouse, and then from CDE, we also get the GED and HiSET information, which is the high school equivalency data. So all that goes into the dashboard there. So let's move on and talk about governance. Governance is a big issue because it ties into member effectiveness. And so as you know, the regional structure was based on regional need. We have ed code that tells you how members join the consortia, and members is, according to ed code, is restricted to county offices, K-12 adult, community colleges, and any JPAs. There's only a handful of JPAs, and those are like ROPs. So those are eligible to join as members and receive an allocation. And so going back in history, one thing that is a little difficult to explain to new members is that when we did the framework for the adult ed program, this new adult ed program, there was a certification process that allowed districts to claim how much money they received from a base year of 2012, 2013. And so going forward, that was amount that K-12 adult school received, and then the regional consortium money came along behind that, and that was negotiated between all the partners. So, and that was all decided in the beginning year one, 15-16. So if you're a new member coming along now, either somebody has to give up that money, or somehow they have to figure out how to set money aside for new members, because we don't have, you know, earmarked money for new membership, because the Ed Code says the member gets no less than the prior year. So we're a little handcuffed on that. And so it'd be great if we got, you know, a pot of money to give to new members that were coming in and things like that. So that's been a little difficult, but, you know, as you build a system, you have to maintain some stability and maintenance of effort and all those, you know, maintaining. And so at some point we'll be hopefully moving forward, not maintaining, but moving forward into, like Carolyn and Javier said, into new efforts. And then probably you'll see incentive funding and things like that. And I talked about consortiums follow the Ed Code governance, which we mentioned in a previous slide. A lot of consortia also have additional bylaws. So those should be in NOVA under supporting documentation. And so that would be important to check out. Bylaws can cover additional meeting requirements, could cover Brown Act requirements, because each district looks at Brown Act a little differently. So there could be different interpretations of Brown Act you might see in your bylaws. Another topic that gets covered in bylaws is the carryover of CAEP funds. So there are some bylaws that restrict how much money you can carry over, or a time frame of where that money gets reallocated if not spent. So those additional bylaws are really critical to fine-tuning your governance, and it's all based on your regional setting. So, you know, you'll see one consortia with this set of bylaws, and you'll see another set with a different set of bylaws, because it works differently in the regions. Not all these regions are alike. It's not a you know, cookie cutter approach. We leave it up to the consortia and their region to determine how to govern themselves. So having that local control allows them to do things the way they see how it should be done, and we're okay with that. Governance also carries leadership and decision-making. So as consortia leads or directors or co-chairs, you are those leaders enforcing, you know, kind of the decision-making. How, you know, there's a lot of different models for decision-making. Some are consensus, some are voting. The voting varies as far as, is it one vote for one member? Some districts have multiple schools. Some colleges have multiple, or college districts have multiple colleges. So you'll see some variation out there on decision making. And that's all agreed to by the consortia, that the state really doesn't get involved with that unless you guys come to us with a question. We'll look at the Ed Code, read it back to you, and then you guys will have to make that decision. But Los Angeles Consortia did a nice study on the variations of consortia governance around the state, and all the, you know, kind of how many people use this model or this voting model. So that's on our website. You can take a look at that. It's a real good study. And then consortia leads or directors have certification responsibility. And that's important in NOVA when you're certifying plans and you're certifying your allocations and your fiscal reporting on a quarterly basis, or your end of the year reporting, which is really critical. All that requires certification at the member level as well as at the consortia level. And in the cases of the fiscal certification for Q4, which is kind of, we're in the process of closing out last year. Once you certify that, you can't go back and make changes. It's notorious that districts 2 months later all of a sudden come back, oh, we forgot to put something in, last year, and we want to reopen it. And Nova, they don't do that. They're not, the programming is not there to keep reopening prior years. So just keep that in mind. And then we also have webinars and links on leadership and governance, and TAP is always available to answer your questions or to connect with CDE or the Chancellor's Office or myself if you do have policy related questions in this area. Okay, let's get on to planning. And we'll talk a little bit more about planning, but just a quick overview on planning. So the last 3-year plan was submitted in June 2019. So it went into effect July 1, 2019. So if you look at, so that started 1920. And then the second year would be 2021. And then the last year of this 3-year plan would be 21-22. So that means a new 3-year plan has to go in effect July 1, 22-23. So we're kind of at the end of 2020. So that means probably next year sometime, we'll release guidance on the new 3-year planning process, because we want to give you at least a year to a year and a half to start prepping for that new 3-year plan you're going to submit in June of 2022. So if we release guidance by May or June of 2021, that'll give you a year or more to get that plan and talk to your members and partners in place for July 1, 2022. So these plans are your regional guide for your consortia. And then these plans also drive your annual plans, which are due August 15th. So the annual plan is an update of that 3-year plan. And then, as you know, if you're working through this, annual plans also drive your member work plans that are due next week. So you can see how all this is logical, and it's even more logical in Nova, because you can't move forward in Nova unless you have this stuff in place. So if you don't have your Q4 from last year certified, you won't know how much carryover you have in the next year's budget. And so if you're developing plans for next year, you probably need to know your budget, what you're being allocated. And so until you have those final numbers, so Nova won't let you move forward unless you have a lot of that information. And TAP is always available to walk you through this process, and we have webinars and TA on that as well if you're new to Nova. Okay, and here's just a little planning chart we use. Just, I'm not going to go over this in too much detail, but I think this type of process we'll continue to use as far as assessing, using community need input, customer input, identifying goals and strategies, piloting and implementation. What will be new probably in the next 3-year plan, let me just go back there, will be things like goal setting and targets. And so we have to talk this out at the state level, but we have federal performance goals for WIOA 2. We have for non-credit community college, we have the vision for success goals. And then we also have, with our data, the last 3 years, we have trend data that shows statewide averages. So we can look at cost per participant. That means taking the number of participants divided by how much money we give you. Or we could look at student progress. So we could look at things like educational functioning level gains, or workforce prep milestone, or occupational skill gain. And we could come up with a student progress rate. The feds, when they do this for WIOA 2, They just use the educational functioning levels for ASE, ABE, ESL. You know, we also have the CTE programs in our program. So we do have occupational skills gain and workforce prep milestones. So the last time I looked, you know, the Fed performance goals are like 45%, 46% for WIOA 2. When I looked at our numbers for student progress, if you include the educational functioning levels as well as the CTE, occupational skill gain, and workforce prep milestone, we're over 50%, probably closer to 55% of participants that are making those you know, level gains or skill gains, as you call it. So we'll be looking at that. Another number or goal that leaps out is obviously certifications, diplomas, degrees, things like that. Some of that data we're working on to perfect. Like, we don't see all the high school diplomas and all the high school equivalencies yet out there. We're trying to fine tune and get better data on that, coding in our systems to get better data. We also have post-secondary certifications, as well as low unit certifications, and in the colleges, the high unit level certifications. These are all on the launch board. So if you look at that, I think the federal rate was like 3%, but that's because they base it on exits. If you didn't use exits, our rate would be like 10% with the CAEP program. So those are the kind of things we'll be looking at this year, and we'll be sharing that information with you through the 3-year planning process that'll start next year. And then it'll be up to the consortia and its members, when you put together your 3-year plan. Probably will provide you some technical assistance on goal setting, but you will have to come up with goals and targets and things like that. But it's a guide, and it's not going to be pay per performance, but we do want you to get familiar with the data and start thinking about goals and targets. So that's on the horizon. So just a heads up on that. And then, of course, we have tons of planning tools on the website. And these you can refer to. I mean, we have an excellent self-assessment tool. We have regional fact sheets. We have skill maps for adult literacy and numeracy. Okay, so in your leisure time, feel free to check out that on the website. Then we also have how we market our program. If you're not getting the weekly newsletter, please contact TAP, or you can actually go to the front page of the website, and on the left side it says subscribe to the newsletter. So you just click on that and put in your email, and that signs you up if you're not getting the newsletter. We also have a student success webpage that's part of Practices with Promise. So we have a bunch of student successes, and then one tab is employers, which we don't have too many. And then we have a huge amount of Practices with Promise. Some are, I guess, verified practices, and some are emerging, but there's like 200 of them out there, and they're divided up by category. So you can go in and take a look at that. We plan to expand on this and actually improve this webpage, but there's so much material there. And then, of course, we have webinars that highlight best practices, and we're working on that to have researchers do more interviews out in the field to find out, you know, who are the experts in transition, or who's the expert in IET, or contextualized instruction, or pre-apprenticeship, or immigrant integration. You know, so we'll be throughout the year, probably going into next year, doing a lot of on-the-ground research and coming up with model practices, experts. Hopefully that will develop into communities of practice, and then we'll put that information on the website. And so if someone says, hey, I'm interested in doing dual enrollment, and we'll say, oh, what region are you from? I'm from this region. Oh, well, here are people in your region that are really good at dual enrollment. And by the way, here's a webinar on it, and here's some high-level material, but you need to talk to the expert at the local level to kind of, mentor you through the process. So if you're implementing this new SB 554 dual enrollment between your college and your adult school, be good to talk to somebody that's already gone through that process. So that's kind of what we're working towards. Same thing, like I said, with immigrant integration. There's a few regions that do it very well, and we like to share, how they approach that. So more to come on that. And I'll just do a check-in with Veronica on time and questions.
You have 15 more minutes and no questions as of right now.
Was that 1-5 or 5-0?
1-5.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I want to get you to your breaks soon. So here's some more tools to depend on. And these are actually, some are at the front page. If you look to the left side near the top, they have an onboarding tool there. They have a data tool, a planning tool, things like that. We also have our education code and program and fiscal guidance on the onboarding tool, that getting started, links to a lot of that. And then we have a link to consortium management and leadership, or effective consortium management. So there's a nice tool link to that can connect you to webinars, documents, a lot of information on effective practices there. I think I have one more slide on tools to depend on. Yeah. So then we also have a data decision-making and systems link and outreach, as well as the success stories that I talked about. So a lot of good information out there if you're new, or if you're not new and you just haven't looked at the website in a while, I would check these out again, because these are go-to sites for me as well on the website. Okay, so road ahead for CAEP, and I think this is kind of maybe the last few slides here, and then we'll open it up for additional questions if we have any. So I talked about the next 3-year planning cycle, so look for more information on that, but I didn't want a system shock if we started talking about goal setting and targets and looking at, numbers from the various TOPS Pro or Launchboard data reports and things like that. Just start getting familiar with looking at that data, goal setting, communities of practice, like I talked about, aligning further with We Owe It To. I know Carolyn and CDE are going through a similar process with goal setting. So we're going to try to align with what they're doing, so you don't have to do this stuff twice. It should all be goal setting is goal setting, no matter if you're in a federal grant or getting state allocations. We're working on speeding up that allocation process. We apologize, but we're almost at the finish line. So we're looking forward to, putting that to bed soon. And then, of course, continuing to improve upon our data collection processes, which means shoring up, coding issues, or if there's problems with input of data, like it wouldn't allow non-credit students. And I know Costas is working on additional reports for TOPS Pros. So we're always working on improving our data collection processes. And then with the planning, we'll also have to do some programming in Nova to kind of update the 3-year planning process, as well as updating the annual planning process so it connects to the 3-year plan. So a lot going on, but wanted to give you a heads up on that. And then before we go to questions, I think there's a Oh, so I don't know, Veronica, I know you were gonna put in a tap slide, but maybe you can add that later or share that as we're taking questions. So I
Yeah,
know share.
I can.
Okay. So let's see. No questions in the chat. Wow. Usually I get all kinds of questions. Any comments? Anything anybody's scared of? I know our data right now from 1920 is a little less than we expected, considering with COVID and remote testing and online learning went down a little bit. I think we were at 10 or 14% estimated. So we expected that. And going into 2021, we know a lot of students have digital literacy issues as well as Wi-Fi issues, as well as equipment issues and broadband issues. So we're working through that. And so the thing to remember, this is a needs-based program. And so we're not doing pay per performance. So rest assured, if you're new to the program, we will, unless there's a economic catastrophe, even though there was kind of one this year, we were still able to regain our funding and get flat funding from the prior year. So prior year we got 538 million. This year we got 538 million, despite a lot of other programs getting cut and a lot of other programs getting deferred. So that just shows the strength of our program. So rest assured, even if we do have some issues with students coming back, there's other ways we can provide services and supports for our students. Plus, you know, they'll look to us soon, if not now, for the economic recovery. So training those students for jobs or better jobs, or retraining if their industry hasn't come back, you know, getting them into other lines of work. So, and we'll be, like Javier and Carolyn was saying, we'll be supporting you along those, making connections at the state level so you can do it at the local level. So let's see. Lori, what do you anticipate will be the impact of the drop-off enrollment and pre and post testing results on funding for 21-22? So we're in 2021. So for 21-22, that is being worked on starting in October. So finance starts talking to, I don't know, people, legislative analyst's office, governor's office, Department of Finance, you know, people in the Capitol. And so through this process, this budget dance, comes the governor's proposed budget, which is delivered in the first week of January. And so that will tell us what our 21-22 preliminary budget is. And so we only have to wait three months or so to find out the answer to Lori's question. But in the meanwhile, we have to, you know, show how successful we've been doing reaching our, you know, at-risk population, how we're helping put people back to work, how we're helping the digital literacy divide by working with people in the K-12 world to get parents more informed about, you know, how to get on the computer, how to work with their kids, as well as sign up to get you know, more workforce prep and things like that, as well as language acquisition and high school diploma, basic literacy, those kind of things, leading into possible work and advanced certification or degrees, things like that. So we've got to tell that story. And hopefully by telling that story, our 21-22 funding, when it's announced in January, will be a real warm embrace of the adult ed program, and maybe we'll get increased funding because they see us as a program that is going to lead the way on helping these at-risk adults. So more to follow on that, Lori. Having more training opportunities throughout the year would be great. Imelda said that. So TAP is going to be constantly bombarding you with opportunities from not only TAP, but OTAN and CalPro and CASAS, as well as WestEd and other providers that we work with. Can you speak more? This is from Marta. Can you speak more about SB 554 and WIOA? So they're two different topics. So SB 554 was a bill that went in place January 1st, but they're just putting the programming in place sometime next month. So what this bill is, it allows students that are at the adult school that are working on their high school diploma to enroll in a community college program, hence dual enrollment. And I think it has to be some type of CTE program. But what that does is allow students that might not meet the residency requirement. So if they're undocumented or new to the state, they can enroll in the community college, and through a special admit process, the resident, non-resident fee, which is very expensive, especially if you're low income or at risk, and it waives that fee and allows the student to enroll in those kind of a CTE pathway, along with working through their diploma or high school equivalency at the adult school. So I think we have more information on that. And oh, sorry, Marta, I didn't realize you sent that to me privately, but it's good information to share because I don't think everybody knew that. And maybe Veronica, if she knows which newsletter we had SB 554 on, she could send that to you. And then let's see. Can you elaborate on member effectiveness? For example, the relationships between state guidance and local definition of effectiveness. Let's see. Well, we're gonna, I think through that 3-year planning process, we're going to obtain, well, we still have to work it out, but I would imagine the state's not just gonna come out and define member effectiveness. I think the state's going to want to hear from the consortia of how they're defining member effectiveness. And then through that, look at the trends that are happening across the state, and then start building kind of a more state level member effectiveness model. But I don't think we have that data yet. So we're gonna look to you to give us your version of member effectiveness. And then through examining the various regions, we'll see what trends are out there, and then that'll help the state move forward on the topic of member effectiveness. So it's really touchy. So we don't wanna just jump the gun and throw member effectiveness definitions out there without getting some input from our regions. So Will says, when looking at goal setting for the next 3-year plan, what data will be looked at to use when not all members of a consortia are not using TOPS-Pro to look at EFL levels growth? So you'll be looking at a lot of different things. And so it's not like we're gonna say, okay, this metric is more important than that metric. I think what we'll be doing is providing you all the data, and some data shows trends, other data, the trends are not there yet because we're still trying to fix the data. And then some of the data shows up in TOPS Pro where it's difficult to compare that. Sometimes in COMIS, especially EFLs and things like that. So the alignment of data we're continuing to work on. And that's why we're not, probably when we look at this, we're going to give you as much data as we have, and then it'll be up to you. And then we'll give you statewide averages and things like that. You can compare your consortia or member districts. But I think it'll be up to you to determine what your goals are. So each region operates a little differently. And so you'll have different goals as a region agreed to by your membership. And based on, what you're looking at as far as all the data that we have. So we have TOPS Pro reports, we have data from Chancellor's Office MIS, it's on the launch board, we have that data. So we also have, other data like the self-assessment, we have labor market information, you could do surveys, there's all kinds of data you can use. And so that's why it's up to the consortia to look at that data and determine what goals would be more appropriate. And that's where it gets down to member effectiveness on Ilso's question there. So more to follow on that. A lot of questions. Now I gotta speed up. Okay, so Veronica took care of that one. Let's see, Annabelle. Neil, this is great. To have this positive outlook on next year's funding, but some consortia partners are worried that deferment payments in other programs like SWP will catch up and impact CAEP. So we haven't seen deferments or deferrals for CAEP. Revenue, there was a budget letter or a finance letter released last week. I think Rocky shared it with his listserv, but it showed better than expected revenue coming in August when the tax revenue was due. And so that's encouraging. So I would just tell those partners that are worried that we were one of the programs that didn't get deferred payments. We were one of the programs that got our funding restored. I would have been worried if the economy continued to tank, but it looks like the revenue's coming in above expectation. The only wild card is that federal money they were anticipating. And so we'll see how that plays out. Being that it's election year, anything could happen. So let's wait and see. But for now, we're looking good. But I know that, could change. That federal money doesn't come in or something else happens like a second wave of COVID. So for now, but, everyone's worried. But I think we're good. We're better than most programs, if that makes sense. Okay, thank you for sharing that SB 554. And is that it? Veronica, did I get all the questions?
Yes, it looks like you have addressed all of the questions.
Okay. All right, with what, 1 minute to spare? Or no minutes to spare?
You are right on time.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Look forward to seeing you virtually at the summit, or if not sooner. And you guys have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. And thank you to everyone who has been participating and also participating in the chat. I have posted quite a few links as I was following Neil's presentation, so definitely be sure to access all of the information that has been provided thus far. We're going to move forward in our agenda, which is also located in the Google folder that everyone has access to. This presentation will cover the CAEP Technical Assistance Project, as well as a presentation of the website and our NOVA fiscal and planning system. Before we get started, I do have another poll that I'd like to share with everyone as we move into this section. The CAEP Technical Assistance Project is relatively new, and so we are just interested in knowing, do you all know about us? That'll help us in terms of our marketing efforts to make sure that everyone understands who the Technical Assistance Project is. So I am moving into our poll, and I will bring it up, and we'll go through that relatively quickly, and then we will move forward with our presentation by our Division Director, Renee Collins. So I am pulling it up now. And let's see if it will appear for us. Okay, so it's looking like I'm having some technical difficulties, so we will move forward with our presentation. If I get a chance to pull it up, then I will, but I definitely don't want to delay our presentation. So I'm going to bring up the PowerPoint presentation for this session, which will be, it's titled the 2020 CAEP Onboard Training for New Consortium Leads and Administrators. I'm going to share my screen at this time, and first we will have our Adult Education Division Director, Renee Collins, who will start us off with this presentation. Renee, here you are.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. I am here with our CAEP Technical Assistance Project team. So as Veronica mentioned, I am the director for the CAEP Technical Assistance Project, and I, out of the same office, am the director for the Outreach and Technical Assistance Project, or OTAN. So our division, or our project, is operated out of the Sacramento County Office of Education, and we have 3 currently on our team, but as of next week, we're going to add a project specialist, and so we'll have 4. So I just want to introduce then Veronica Parker is, kind of like Neil said, he is the face for CAEP. Veronica is also the, I would say, the face of our TAP project, but we are certainly all here supporting her as well. And then our administrative assistant is Holly Clark, and she does wonders behind the scenes. And then very soon we're going to be joined by Mandalee Comstock, and she will be assisting us with a lot of the technical assistance and professional development projects as we move forward. Maybe staying in line with introducing ourselves, I came on board with CAEP, TAP, and OTAN at the end of April this year. So still relatively new to this role, but I do want to say that across our technical assistance project, we do really have a depth of knowledge within adult education. I have been in California adult education for more than 20 years and spent 17 of those years at Elk Grove Adult and Community Education, and primarily operating with the English as a Second Language, administrating the English as a Second Language and citizenship courses program, as well as the correctional education program at the 2 county jails within Sacramento. And while at the county jails, I was able to work on a couple of great career and technical education related projects, build up we started an apprenticeship for welding while I was out there. We had the opportunity to do a national grant that helped build transition for ex-offenders from jail into career opportunities post-release, or into enrollment at the community college level with our local community college district. I then went on to be the director of a program, an adult education program in West Sacramento. And while there, we operated, our most popular, I guess, adult education program. So I ran an ESL and citizenship, high school diploma, high school equivalency, adult basic education. while there, I also was able to head up a construction project for career and technical education. So I started the Bright Career and College Training Center and was able to leverage funding from both K-12 and adult ed to be able to operate career and technical education programs for adults, and work very closely with the workforce investment boards and advisory partners and the community colleges and the city of West Sacramento to be able to make all of that happen. Work very closely with the AJCCs, the America's Job Centers of California. So as I know you're new and you're hearing a lot of this information for the first time, many of you, but know that it's not just me that has this experience. Our entire team has a varied experience, and we are here to help you. And I will let Veronica, when she comes on, introduce herself a little bit more in her background. But just wanted to say that we are here for you. And Veronica, maybe the next slide, please. Thank you. So we just wanted to share with you a little bit of what our mission is. We are here to support our consortia members by providing technical assistance and professional development to the field. We have 71 consortia within 72 community college districts, and that's what that little map on the left shows, and over 300 K-12 school districts. And then on the right, it shows a little bit about what we've done since we started in 2017. We have hosted 220 webinars. We have provided 175 in-person sessions at conferences. We have conducted 9 needs assessment focus groups, and we've responded amazingly to 14,775 support requests. And keep them coming. We are very, very happy to be here and support you. And coming up very soon, I know that Neil has mentioned it a couple times, but coming up very soon, we will have the summit, the annual summit, which is October 26th through 29th. And if you haven't had a chance to register for that, please do. I'm sure that Veronica can put or Holly can put the contact information, registration information in the chat. We are also hosting the directors event coming up for consortia leads, as well as member leads. And yeah, so I hope that you have the opportunity to join us for both of those. And then we wouldn't be able to do it without our partnerships with our state leadership projects. CASAS, the Comprehensive Adult Student Assessment System, provides a lot of direction for us and guidance in data collection and submission, as well as pre and post testing. A lot of our accountability comes through that. The Outreach and Technical Assistance Network, of which I'm also the director, really supports our agencies with professional development as it relates to educational technology integration, as well as distance learning and blended learning support. And then the American Institute for Research, which we a lot of times know as CalPro, the California Adult Literacy Professional Development Project, provides research-based professional development for our CAEP agencies. And each one of these organizations has a lot of professional development going on all the time, and you can find out what's going on at caladultedtraining.org and register at that site for any of the workshops that are already posted. But I also wanted you to know, as consortia leads and consortia as member agency leads, that you are able to contact us to help you pull together maybe trainings that are specific to your consortia or the needs of your consortia, and any of our organizations can work with you, partnerships, organizations can work with you to structure something that really meets the needs in your region. So at this point, I am going to transition over to Veronica, who is going to take us through the website and through the NOVA fiscal system.
Thank you, Renee, and thank you everyone else for joining us this morning. So I actually am going to stop sharing the PowerPoint. We have provided it in our Google Slide folder or Google Drive folder, excuse me, and definitely feel free to access that information. Just different information about the website, but I'm actually going to go out to the website and show you where everything is located. As Renee has mentioned, as well as Neil has mentioned, there are quite a few resources on the website. So I want to show everyone exactly where they can locate all of those wonderful resources that have been mentioned thus far. So I'm going to share my screen now, and I'm going to go out to the website. Let me just pull it up 1 second. All right. So I'm sharing from the newsletters section because that's where I was when I was pulling the information for SB 554. But I am now transitioning to the homepage of the website. So if you haven't visited our website before, the URL is caladulted.org, and this is where you will be able to access the website. So on the homepage, we have just a brief introduction to welcome you all to the homepage. Underneath there, and in this area, we have access to archive webinars. So if you needed to, quickly access a webinar that you may have missed, you can click on these links to be able to access archive webinars and materials. As Neil mentioned, you definitely want to subscribe to the newsletter, and here is a link to be able to do so here. A lot of important CAEP reminders and due dates, information that just come out from the state level. All information that is pertinent for you to know is included in the newsletter. So if you are not subscribed to the newsletter, you're definitely missing out on some key important information for the CAEP program. So I invite everybody to definitely be sure to subscribe to the newsletter. It comes out weekly on Wednesday around 11 o'clock a.m. unless there is, of course, a holiday or something that will prevent us from releasing it on Wednesday. But typically you can see it in your inbox Wednesdays around 11 o'clock a.m. This Practice with Promise, as Neil mentioned, here is where we house all of our student success stories as well as practices with promise and emerging practices. So definitely be sure to browse this page to see what others have contributed in terms of Practice with Promise and emerging practices and student success stories. And if you within your agency have any of these types of success stories, definitely feel free to add them. We do utilize this to showcase, what the CAEP program is doing across the state. So definitely contribute to that if you are able to. Trending this month, this section is going to tell you everything that we have going on in that moment that we want you to be able to access quickly and that we want you to know about. So definitely look at the trending this month to see if there are any due dates that are coming up. Registration, for example, the summit, as Renee mentioned, you can register here by clicking on this link and it'll take you to our registration page. So if you haven't registered for the CAEP Summit 2020, that is coming up. It's going to be October 26th through October 29th. We have a lot of great presentations that will be available during that summit. Everything will be recorded. However, you do have to make sure that you are registered in order to receive access to the recording. So if you haven't registered, please feel free to register and share this information with others within your program, whether it be, your teachers, other administrators, support staff, counselors, transition specialists. We have something for everyone. So it's a great opportunity to take advantage of. And it's free this year. So we're excited to be able to host a free conference that everyone will have access to. Here is the Student Technology Intake Survey. This is a survey that was released earlier within September, and you can access this survey here. One thing that we have made mention of on this Student Technology Survey, Intake Survey, is that if a student wants to take the survey, but they want to take it in their native language, we do have this, I'm going to close my screen. So we do have select language here. So if you click on the drop-down menu, you can access this student intake survey in the various languages so that your students will be able to take the survey in their native language. So definitely pass this information on to your students. The state is looking for this information and it is available. So pass that information along and ask your students to to fill out the survey. Then we have our beginning of the year letter that comes out every year in August. So access that here. So anything that you need to know that's important and coming up, it will be on the Trending This Month page. So check here from time to time for information that you may need to know about. We do have a tab here for Launchboard, so it's quick access to Launchboard. And I'm not going to go, I want to preface, I'm not going to go to each individual site. I just want to provide a direction for information that you could access at a later time. So the Launchboard, we do have Randy Tillery, who will be joining us right after this presentation, and he'll be going over Launchboard. So during his presentation, if you want to follow along, you can go to the Cal Adult Ed website and access it via this tab here. Next to it, we have request support. I'm going to log myself off, but here, if you want to get in contact with CAEP tab, if you have a question that you need us to answer, or you like assistance on, if you have a policy related question, if you would like to request professional development, as Renee had mentioned, you would use this request support tab to access our support system. Now, the system is designed to where it'll keep all of your historic records for any information you have requested of us, and you can see the dialogue between, your question and our answer. So if you have to reference it at a later time. If you are not a current user of our website, I definitely invite you to register as a new user so that you'll be able to access all of the materials on our website, but then also you'll have that account which will contain the historic support requests that you have submitted and received feedback on. So you can register as a new user, and then you'll create a username, password, enter in contact information, just general contact information, and then you'll be able to log in and out as you access the website. So those are some great features on how you can contact TAB. We're also available via email at tab@caladolted.org. Also, before I move on, the Google features. So if you type in keyword searches, you can access documents rather quickly. So if you know that you're looking for, let's say, the preliminary allocations that will be released next February, then you'll be able to click in your keyword search and access those materials. I already went over the select language. However, if any parts of the text that's on any of our web pages will be able to, you can access them via selecting a different language, and the website will translate into that language. But it's only text that's on the website and not text within documents. So that's a key differentiation that we want to make sure that we acknowledge that, your documents may not translate, but the web page will. So now I'm going to move on to our students section, and the student sections contain pertinent information about, for students. So we invite students to click to access our webpage to be able to access information that is pertinent to them. So as you can see, the student technology intake survey is the #1 thing listed here because that's what we have for students at this time and something that we would want them to engage in. Another key feature on the students page is the Find a School locator. And this locator, it's pretty cool. It's a dynamic interface with this map, and then we have all of the schools listed on the left-hand side. So to use this feature, all you would do is enter an address, and it will show a complete list for schools that are in close proximity to the address that you have entered. So if you have a student who may be transitioning to a different school and you want to help them identify a school that is close to their home, then they will be able to come here, enter their address, and all of the schools that are available to them within close proximity to their address, they will appear. Now for you as program administrators, consortium leads, etc. What we ask of you all is to check this information, especially if you have opened a new program, or maybe you've transitioned to another location, or maybe you have closed your program for whatever reason. We want to keep our information as up to date as possible. And so we want to make sure that, you're checking this. And if you see any discrepancies, definitely feel free to reach out to TAP at caladoed.org, and let us know that something has changed, or maybe something just isn't quite correct and you need us to update it. You'll send us the contact, the information that needs to be updated, whether it's the address, the website, etc., and then we'll go into our database and we'll update it. So definitely feel free to look at this information. If there are any discrepancies or any changes, let us know and it will be updated. So that's what I want to show you in the students feature. There are other information here related to students, so definitely feel free to check that out. The educator section, here are resources and professional learning opportunities, etc., that will be beneficial to educators. One of the things that we added to this section, as we are all experiencing the pandemic, is we have a COVID-19 resources for educators page. And this page is divided by the types of information. So if it's state and federal information, it's categorized here: healthcare information, distance learning information, supportive services, and resources. So all of the resources that we have been collecting from the state level all the way down to the site level is included here. So definitely feel free to access this page. I know sometimes we'll receive requests like some members are looking for sample device loan agreements. And so we've been able to come to this page because another agency has shared with us their loan agreement, and we've been able to direct other members to this sample so that they'll be able to implement something similar in their program. Another area that I would like to share with you all are the webinars. So as you all know, the vast majority, if not all, of our webinars are recorded and made available on this website. Typically, we try to get them on the next day, but sometimes it may take longer, but we try to put them up as fast as possible. And so here is our educational technology archive webinar page. So here you can access all of the past webinars, recordings, and other resources that are available to you from past webinars. So if you haven't accessed this section, definitely feel free to access it. We also have another section called instruction and best practices. So although we don't have all of our webinar recordings and resources available on one page, they are all here available to you, and we've tried to index them to where everything isn't on one page and you have to scroll on and on and on to identify or locate something. We've tried to index them and try to categorize all of our offerings into certain categories so that hopefully it's a little bit more accessible to you. So definitely feel free to check out this page and access all of the past webinars that we've had, as well as resources and other resources and information by program areas. So next I'm going to go to the administrator section and spend a little bit more time here, since most of you are at the administrator level and a lot of this information that we provide is very important for you to know and to be able to access. So again, training this month includes everything that is important for administrators to be aware of at this time. So, call for exhibitors, although you all aren't exhibitors. If you know of any exhibitors who would be a great fit for our upcoming CAEP Summit, definitely feel free to share this information with them. Again, this year we are not charging a fee since it's virtual. However, we are accepting donations from exhibitors to go directly to our attendees who will be participating in an opportunity drawing in order to win those donations. So if you know of anyone, definitely send this information to them and have them get in contact with us, and we'll converse and see if it's a great fit. Registration again, and then the beginning of year letter. But pay attention to this page because important information will be located here. Another area I would like to point you all to is the news. This is pretty important as well because not only does it contain the archive newsletters, so each week after we release the newsletter, we post them on the website so that you'll have quick access to it. So it may get lost in your inbox, but if you know that the newsletter has come out and you want to look at it, you could just go straight to this website and click on administrators, news and newsletters, and then you'll see all of the newsletters posted here. And remember, it's archived, and we have, I think, back to 2018, the newsletters on here. Sometimes I still reference information from 2018-19 on here. So it's great. It's a great resource to have. If you haven't subscribed to the newsletter, click on this link and you'll be able to subscribe. It'll just ask you some general information about yourself and you'll be able to subscribe there. And then due dates. This is very important for you because it outlines all of your CAEP deliverables. So and this information is a year out. So we keep August on here because we keep it on here a month in arrear, just in case you may have missed the deliverable. You'll still have access to know when it is due. And then we have our upcoming due dates. So definitely access this page to know when all of your deliverables are due and be able to plan accordingly. So I know I've been talking for a little bit and I'm going to pause for a second. I see the chat is highlighted. So I want to make sure that I'm covering any questions that may come up that may be for me. So I'm looking, one question is, will schools get their survey results back? And it is my understanding, and Carolyn, please correct me if I'm wrong, but schools will be able to confer with their consultants, their CDE consultants, to get the surveys results. Is that correct?
We will be working on a system to get out the survey results to everyone to make sure agencies are getting theirs on a quarterly basis.
Okay, great. Oh, and I see Renee answered the question, sorry. And Renee answered the second question. So yes, so I'll go back to my presentation. Thank you very much for that, Renee. And also thank you, Carolyn, for answering that question. So AEP events. So here is the events page for CAEP events. So here is where you'll be able to access all of the TAP events. So right now we just have exhibitor information up. However, we are, planning for the end of this year as well as for next year. So be on the lookout for upcoming registration for upcoming training opportunities. And I also want to, as we are speaking about events, I'm going to pivot just a little bit because we have this events tab at the top. Now this events tab takes you to the California Adult Education Professional Development training page. And this training page not only has the CAEP TAP events, but they also house all of the upcoming events for all of the California leadership projects. So OTAN, CASAS, and CalPro all put their upcoming events and training opportunities on this page. So you can access and register and attend all of the events that are listed on this page. So if you are unfamiliar with the California Adult Education Professional Development page, this is a great resource if you're looking for training opportunities for your school site, for your staff, your teachers, etc. So definitely access this information. And I'm going to scroll down. So we have a Q&A section that is also categorized by topic. So if you click on this Q&A section and you type in a keyword search, then the information that you are looking for will appear. So if I were to type in, and I'm not going to do it now for the sake of time, but if I were to type in, let's say Nova Logon. So you are a new administrator and you're looking for how to access Nova, so how to obtain your credentials to be able to access the Nova system. So you'll just type in Nova Logon and a keyword search should appear, and you should receive information related to accessing Nova. So if you're looking for any questions and answers, we always direct people here, but then as everyone has mentioned, you can reach out to us, the Technical Assistance Project, and we will be sure to get you, if we don't have the information, especially if it's policy related, we'll reach out to Neil, Carolyn, and Javier to obtain that information for you. So we work on your behalf. And then here we have funding. So here is where all things related to funding is located. One area is the allocation. So when the preliminary allocation comes out in February, we post the preliminary allocations here. And then after the May revised and or the governor signed budget, we'll post the final allocations here. So if you're ever wondering about allocations, especially by year, they're all located here and is dated back to 1516. So all of the historical information is located here as well. Another section that is really important, as Neil mentioned, is the planning section. And this section houses information related to the annual plan, the 3-year plan, resources, and other information related to planning in general. So definitely access this page for any planning related information you're looking for. And as Neil mentioned in his presentation, the CAEP planning tool which is an external web page, but it's all about planning. So it provides you with resources related to planning. Policy, this is a very important section and something that I often reference, especially as it relates to CAEP fiscal management and program guidance. And those two documents I have provided in the Google folder that you all have access to. So definitely be sure to look out if you haven't looked at this document or these documents before. They are very resourceful in the CAEP fiscal management. You will find things such as a calendar of funding. So it starts with, when the funds are released and then the cycle that they go through their expiration. So it'll give you important dates that you are to be aware of as it relates to your funding cycle. It also includes examples. So we receive a lot of questions about use of funds. Can my funds be used for XYZ? These provide concrete examples. This document provides concrete examples about, how you can use your funding in a good manner. So a lot of great information in this fiscal management guide. In the program guidance, as Neil had mentioned, the ed code, the program areas that CAEP covers, a lot of great information related to consortium management and governance. It's all in this program guidance. And we update this on an annual basis. So although we have provided the 2019 documents, we will be updating soon and we'll send that out to everyone. So be on the lookout for that. Another area that's very important, and you will receive 2 presentations about data collection, as Javier mentioned in his presentation this morning about the importance of our data, and Neil also touched on it. You can find a lot of great information about student data collection in this section. We also have a link to the CAEP data and reporting tool, and within that you'll be able to access all of the information and resources we have related to data reporting. The CAEP beginning of year letter that comes out every year. So you can access that here. And then collection. So anything related to student data collection, resources, guidance, etc., is located here. And then data dictionary. So we've also provided the CASAS TE data dictionary as well as the MIS data elements in that Google folder. And they'll bring presentations about these 2 systems later on in our training today. And they'll also direct you to other resources that you can access to really inform data collection within your consortium and your agency. Then we have federal information as well as local information. So another area that I would like to cover quickly is our webinars. So as I mentioned on the educators page, our webinars are archived here, and you'll be able to access them here, and they're categorized by topic, and they are listed by the most recent on top all the way down to prior webinars back in 2017. So check this out. If you're looking for like student data reporting, that's a popular topic. We always receive questions about accessing the archive webinars. Fiscal data reporting, we receive questions about that. So if you're ever looking for information, you can access it here. Our CAEP regional network meetings are located here, as well as our CAEP office hours, which we did a lot of that prior to the summertime, and hopefully we'll be picking that back up, but you can access the archives here. And then another area that's located down here is the About Us section. So it provides an overview of CAEP. It provides an overview of our leadership. So Carolyn and Javier are listed here, as well as Neil and other CDE consultants who are a part of CAP leadership. They are also listed here as well. Another great tool is the consortium map. So this website here takes you to, a map of all 71 consortia. And if you click on any of the links, then you'll access that consortium's page. This information is directly pulled from NOVA. So whatever's in NOVA is pulled onto this page. Not all of the specific documents, well, most of the documents are pulled into here, but everything that's in NOVA is in here, and you can access their website if you want to, know more about this consortium, all of their consortium funding, whom their members are, so their primary contact or their consortium lead and her contact information, as well as all of the members and their contact information. So oftentimes I get questions about other consortia, and we definitely facilitate a conversation if it's about a specific topic. But if you're ever wanting to touch base with someone in another consortium, feel free to access this information to be able to, contact them and, email them or give them a phone call. But this information is available to you, and you have access to all of their information because everything in CAP is transparent and public knowledge. And we have a consortia list here. And again, this is just an output of all of the consortium information. So if you click on view, it'll take you to the same type of view. So you can use the consortium map, which I think is really cool, so I like to use it, or you can use the consortium list. Both of them will provide you with the same information. So there's a lot of great information on this page. In the essence of time, I wanted to go over some of the information that would be really important to you and some of the information that we're asked about, people are attempting to access. So I wanted to provide kind of a general overview of where you can access all of this information. But if you want a more in-depth kind of tour of the CAP website, we're definitely more than happy to do that for you at another time. Or if you just want to poke around yourself and see what's on here, this is available to you. So I'm going to stop sharing about the CAP website, and I'm going to check the chat to see if there is any information or questions. I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing some thank yous, so you all are welcome. And I realized mid-presentation that I didn't really go over who I am. So I wanted to provide you a little bit more context because I realized I kind of forgot that. So as you all know, I'm Veronica. I am the coordinator with the CAP Technical Assistance Project. And my primary role is to coordinate mainly our professional development opportunities. So coordination of our webinars, our trainings, working with our partner agencies to get you all training opportunities that you feel are needed or that we feel are needed. I work closely with the CAP office to coordinate opportunities that they want to get out to the field, help coordinate the summit. That's a team effort, as well as the director's event and today. So mainly providing coordination skills, and then also responding to your support requests. So if you have questions about NOVA, you have questions about simple as how to register, how to obtain the newsletter, I provide assistance there along with my colleague Holly, and yeah, a host of other things, but those are my primary roles. Prior to the coming on board with the CAP Technical Assistance Project, I was with the Department of Corrections. I actually worked in the Office of Research, and I was a research program specialist working on rehabilitative program evaluations. And prior to that, I was a data collection coordinator with a private public opinion and marketing research firm. So I've been with TAP for 3 years now, and this is my first introduction to, the world of education, and I've fallen in love with it, as well as working with the CAP program as a whole. So that's just a little bit about me. So I'm still not seeing any questions, but I'm going to move on to NOVA. And in this segment, I'm just going to provide kind of a general overview of NOVA. I do provide, especially for new consortium leads and directors and administrators, I do provide a one-on-one session where we go through like every section within NOVA and go over how to submit things, you know, how to keep up to date with information in NOVA, how to check, especially if you're a consortium lead, how to check your members' information, etc. We're not going to do that today. I'm more still going to provide an overview. And for those of you, especially at the consortium lead level and the administrator level, i.e. the member representative level within NOVA, kind of the areas that you should be looking at as you are inputting information or reviewing information, kind of those need to know different areas, especially as you sign off and certify in different areas within NOVA. So I'm going to share my screen, and I hope that everyone on the call who's supposed to have access to NOVA, you do. If you do not, definitely, I'm going to show you how you can obtain access in NOVA and request your access. So I'm going to type in my username and password, and I am in a protected area. So although I'm going to demonstrate from a consortium's information, anything that I touch or do will not hinder any of their live information. So here is the NOVA homepage. The URL is Nova, well, mine's is different, but it's nova.cccco.edu, and I'll take you to the homepage, and you just enter in your email address as well as your password. And then for any reason, if you've forgotten your password, you can select this button here and go through the motions of obtaining a new password, and then you can select help if you need help with anything, and you can also request access to Nova here. Now, here, if you could request access to NOVA, you're just going to receive you're just going to receive, of course, your email and a password, and then you'll be able to see all of the information within NOVA. However, if you are a member representative, so you are a site administrator and you are the voting member who signs off on your agency's information in NOVA, you want to work with your consortium lead to be able to obtain the credentials that you need in order to enter and submit information. So if you request access here, it's going to give you a general account. However, you have to work with your consortium lead in order to get the credentials that you need to do everything that you need to do in NOVA. So that's just a little bit of information for those of you who need access to NOVA. So I am logging in at this time, and I am on the consortium details page, and I'm going to back up just a little bit and go to my profile. And here is just general information about myself. So, of course, my name, my professional category, my job title, and where I work, etc. So just general information within NOVA that is used to establish your profile. So for any reason, if you happen to change roles, let's say you are currently a coordinator and you are promoted to a director, you definitely want to come in here and change your job title. I know some people email us from time to time and say, hey, my job title is incorrect, or my email address is incorrect. And we always defer you back to your profile to update this information. So if anything ever changes, just make sure that you come in here and you update your information. The bookmarks page, I don't personally have any bookmarks because I access all 71 consortia information, so it's not useful for me. However, if you want to bookmark like your consortium details page or your agency's information, you can do so by selecting bookmark, and when you come in here and you click on your bookmarks, it'll take you directly to the pages you're trying to access versus having to go through each and every page to get to where you want to be. So that's just kind of a quick way to get to where you want to access information. So there are quite a few programs that uses NOVA out of the Chancellor's Office. So we'll go to CAEP here, and then I'm going to go to consortium members. That's how you access all 71 consortia information. So this is a list of all consortia. It includes their number as well as their name and then their funding channel. So I am going to, and you can use this search feature here to access, do a quick search. So if you want to just use a number, so let's just say I go 53. For some reason, San Mateo there, I've been working with them lately, so they are on my mind. I could just type in 53 and Click on this and it'll bring me all of their consortium information. So that's a quick way to do it. You can also search by fiscal agent or direct funded if you're looking for something specific. So I'm just going to go to my favorite friends, not favorite friends, but I use their information a lot during these demonstrations. But I'm going to go to Allen Hancock College Consortium. And here are the consortium details. So you know, their name, their consortium short name, their address, their website, their funding channel, and their allocations. So you can see at least 3 years worth of allocation in this section, and their logo. If at any point you want to update this information, you would just click on a pencil and it will update for you, as well as your logo. If you want to update your logo, it's there for you as well. Now, consortium contacts. So this area is very important because this is the area where the consortium lead, or i.e. Certifying authority, this is where their information is located. One thing that I want to call to everyone's attention, well, actually a few things, but the first thing is the way NOVA is set up, the first person listed here is the person who has certifying authority. So here it's Sophia Ramirez Gelpi. She is the first person listed. So when it comes to certifying your budget and work plan, as well as certifying fiscal reports, she is the person who will certify all of that information. So you want to make sure the person that is designated, or it's their role to certify on certain deliverables, that they are listed first. And then everyone else can come later. Primary contact Marina, she is also able to input information within the system, but she is not the certifying authority, so she will not be able to certify any information. Fiscal contact, this person can enter information, but again, cannot certify anything. We want to make sure that that the consortium context is pretty organized. Some people use it kind of as the catch-all, where a lot of people are listed here who don't necessarily need those credentials to be able to do certain things. So sometimes we've seen like a member representative who is supposed to be listed under the agency is also here. So we want to just make sure that we keep this area organized. The actions here, information can be updated here. You can delete, or the consortium primary contact, can delete members from this section. But however, when you delete, you're deleting them from the consortium, but they still have access to NOVA. So if you have someone who maybe leaves the consortium, then you can delete them from here, but they'll still have access to other information within NOVA, but they won't be able to do anything because they're no longer assigned a role. If we have someone who leaves CAEP completely and you want them removed from the entire system, you can contact TAP and we'll work with the programmers to get them removed from the entire system. But that's completely a consortium decision. You can add contacts here by just clicking on this add a contact button, and you'll just type in, you can either, and I'm going to click on it, you can invite them if they are not a member yet. And here is where I was referencing, you want to work with your consortium lead if you have a designated role, because you want to make sure that they have their role. So contact type is where they will receive their role. So like I said, if you're a member representative or you are supposed to be a primary contact or a fiscal contact, work with the consortium lead to be added so that you'll have your proper credentials. I'm going to click off of that and go out of the, oh, my computer is acting up. 1 second. Oh no, not today. Okay, let me see if I can stop sharing and go back into it and see if that helps. My apologies, I've been experiencing technical difficulties with my computer lately. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing again and see if I can go out and come back in. All right, so I think I got it. It wouldn't be a great day if we didn't experience some type of technical difficulty. So I'm back. Yay. And I'm going to scroll down. So I'm going to move a little faster because we're running out of time and I want to make sure that everyone has an adequate break. So the CFAT section, this section is where you will complete your your Consortium Fiscal Administration Declaration, i.e. CFAT. And this is completed every year. The consortium lead completes this information and then the members approve it and or reject it. But this is where, if you're looking for, you know, what you all have put forth in terms of member allocations, as well as a narrative on what you plan to do, you'll locate it here. So this is a great reference area. It also displays your funding channel. And remember, you're able to change your funding channel once per year. So you can either go from direct funded or fiscal agent, but you can only do that once a year. So you'll fill in this information, the narrative. If you don't have any changes, then it'll mark it as no changes. There's a checkbox that you'll use. And then here you'll go down to look at the member allocations. So here it'll show the allocations by member by year, and it'll give you a total. So here we have been experiencing some changes these past 2 years, and so we have some changes that are still reflected on here. So the CFAT, it's a one-time ordeal that happens once a year. However, it happens prior to the governor's May revise, as well as the governor's signed budget. So there may be changes that we may experience that come after we have submitted the CFAT, but all of the original information will still be located here. And because we only do this once a year, we can't change anything. So you'll see reflections here. So this 2020-21, you know, in the governor's May revise, we were reduced in terms of the CAEP allocations, but then we were leveled out to the 2019-20 allocations by the time the governor signed the budget. So what you should really pay attention to is your total CAEP funds, because that's going to be the definite amount that the consortium is going to receive for the program year. The specific allocations, like I said, there can be variations in there, but this is what you are going to be looking at. Now, when you come to do the CFAT next year, this information will be here as a reference. So you will see the negative 38,780 next year, but because that stays, we only can change this once, but then you'll have your 20, 21, 22 information inputted. So don't be surprised. I say all that to say, don't be surprised when you see this information. It's not that you as a consortium lead or administrator have done anything wrong or forgot to do anything. This is just historical information that will remain here until the funds expire. I'm going to move on to the member agencies. This is just capturing who the member agencies are. You're able to add as well as remove agencies. Here you can also change members from funded to non-funded. So this is an opportunity to do that as well. You only get to do that once a year as well. And there are some other factors that go into changing from funded to non-funded. But we can cover that at another time. And you can always contact TAP if you have questions about that. Certification and assurances. So this is just adhering to different assurances throughout the year. So all members receive this information and are supposed to sign off on it. And then here you'll see all of the members who are located, who are a part of this consortium, and then their approvals of the CFAT. So I'm going to go on to a different section. And this, like I said, is an overview. And if anyone, especially if you're new and you are not familiar with the NOVA system and you would like a more in-depth, detailed training or experience with the system, feel free to contact TAP and we will set up a date and time where we'll come on Zoom as we are here, and we'll go through each section and I'll show you how to input your information, what information should be inputted, etc. So this is just a preview for everyone. So don't panic if there's something that I may not cover. We can always take it up at another time. Here you can see all of the historic CFATs. So you can see, back to 2016-17, what these CFATs were and who signed off on them, etc. And then underneath here are the allocations. This is a very important section because, as I mentioned before, sometimes we have changes that occur within our allocation cycle, And, you know, by the time we get to the governor's signed budget, things, they change, they could change. And this is where we will account for those changes. So if there is a reduction in the total allocations or even an increase, then we'll account for them in this allocation section. You are also welcome to complete an allocation amendment within the consortium at any point in time, as long as the funds have not expired. So even now, as the funds are approaching expiration for 2018-19, if the consortium or members within the consortium decides that, you know, one member may need to transfer some money to another member because they are unable to spend it within this fund cycle and they don't want the funds to expire without having expended them all, you can complete an allocation amendment on the 2018-19 funds by starting the amendment, and then you can do that transfer so that the other member can have an opportunity to expend those funds and not let them expire. So you can do that at any point in time. Doing an allocation amendment after the CFAD will not change the base funding for any members moving into the next year. It's a one-time fund change. So keep that in mind as you're completing allocation amendments as well.
Veronica,
Mhm.
we had a question in the chat. Someone would like to know if you can explain what expiring funds means. What does fund expire?
Okay, so the funds have a 3-year life cycle, and they, after 3 years, well, actually 2.5 years, you have to stop spending on those funds. So the fund expiration, let's say for 2018-19, the expiration is coming up on December 31st, 2020. That's when you have to stop spending on the 2018-19 funds. And then we go through a 6-month reporting period where you'll go through your final report. If any funds need to be returned to the state's general fund, then you'll go through an invoicing process where you'll return those funds to the state, or we'll close it out completely. So in the fiscal management guide, there is a section that talks about the fund cycle, and it gives you the dates and time, excuse me, the points in time over the 3-year span where you'll be able to see what's going on with the funding. But for 2018, that's the fund year that we are getting ready to expire. So December 31st, 2020 is the last day that a member can spend on those funds. So I hope that answers the question. And thank you, Holly, for interrupting me and bringing that to my attention. Thank you. View amendment history. So here, if you ever want to know or see any of the amendments that have taken place over the course of the life cycle of NOVA, you're able to view it here. So, you know, back in July is when we did the governor's signed budget. So everyone went in and completed an allocation amendment to account for the increase, well, still a decrease, but not as much as prior to the during the May revise. Anyways, there was a change in the funding, so everyone completed an allocation amendment. So if you want to see that historic information, you're able to view the PDF here, and it will be here for you to view. Annual plans. So each year, by August 15th, you are able to submit your annual plan, and it's just explaining what the consortium plans to do for that particular year. So the consortium comes together and they talk about the annual plan, and then the consortium lead or the primary contact comes in, inputs the information, and then the members approve it. And I'm going to go back out and scroll down to supporting documents. So all of the fiscal reports are put into this section as an output. So you're able to access prior fiscal reports. You can also access them in the fiscal reporting section. And then you can add documents here as well. So if you ever need to add any supporting documentation, so you need to add, you know, minutes from your meeting, you want to add a beautiful annual plan or 3-year plan that you're unable to add in our section because it doesn't allow you to do special formatting, add charts and graphs, etc. You can add it here. So any supporting documents that you want to obtain to hold in the NOVA system, you're able to add it here. 3-year plan, Neil had went over that. Your member agencies, this is where specific member agency information is located, and all of the member contacts, their budget and work plans, including historic information, and any supporting documents is added here as well. So I'm going to go back out and cover the budget and work plan. I think that's pretty much all we'll have time for today. But again, we'll definitely follow up with everyone who wants to receive an in-depth training.
And one question that has come in while you cover this is that what expenditure type do you use for the 5% fiscal administration cost? So I just wanted you to be aware as you go over this.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to click on Lompoc Unified, and here is their budget. And so, you know, they have their total available funds. Now, this total available funds includes the CAEP fund allocation for that year, plus any carryover. So this number will be or could be different than your annual allocation. So keep that in mind as you're completing your budget and work plan. And here, when you start putting in your budget information, then this number will increase, and you want to get down to remaining amount being zero. That's the way you'll be able to submit your budget and work plan. And your direct costs will be automatically calculated for you. For your indirect costs, you're going to enter in an amount, which is the CDE or the Chancellor's Office approved indirect rate up to 5%. So you're going to enter in a budget line item for indirect costs, and it's going to calculate the percentage for you, and it's going to take that percentage off of your allocation. So you want to make sure the member agencies as well as the primary contact want to make sure that you don't go over 5% here. And then any consortium fiscal admin expenses will be calculated here, and you will delineate that by checking this box here. So you'll enter in your expenditure type, what the budgeted name is here, a brief description, the amount, you'll check whether it's a consortium fiscal admin expense, and then you'll enter in your expenditure forecast. And these forecasts are for tracking purposes, and it's to make sure that at the end of each quarter that you're spending your money the way you have forecasted it, and you're including any carryover that you may want to carry over into the next year. So I don't want to go into everyone's break too much. I know I've taken a little bit of time, but that's kind of a general overview of the NOVA system. Again, I am more than happy to set up one-on-one sessions with people who are interested in learning more about NOVA and inputting information, things to look out for, etc. But we are out of time, unfortunately. Were there any more questions?
There was one question about where they can find the Chancellor's Office approved indirect rates.
So I'll pull that URL and post it in the chat. Okay, and thank you, Holly. And I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. But again, you do have the PowerPoint that goes into different sections, and it gives you what you're supposed to be inputting, as well as kind of directions on where to go next. And again, if you want more information, we'll be happy to set up a one-on-one with you. So that is all that I have for now. The time is 10:20, and we definitely want to honor your break. So we'll go ahead and take a break and reconvene at 10:30. Thank you, everyone. Okay, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great.
You can hear me?
Yes, you sound good.
Good. Occasionally my computer just decides not to transmit my voice, and I just wanted to be sure that was not the case.
Yes, you have to love technology. You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I probably will do that now.
Okay.
Just to be sure this is working. There we be.
All right, looks great.
Okay. So this is, I love the fact that we're giving them basically between your presentation, my presentation, and Jay's presentation,
Uh-huh.
far more information than any single human being could possibly grasp in that time frame.
Yeah.
But it's just you got to do it, right?
Mm-hmm. It's hard to find that balance.
Yeah. All right. So I'll just pause here and I'm ready to roll whenever.
All right, and your two team members, are they here yet?
So Blair's been on all morning. Jessica should be joining us unless something comes up. She's running she's helping run a series of data policy work groups for the chancellor's office right now. So she's been pretty crazed.
Okay, and then for Blair, does she need any access to be able to do anything?
No.
Okay, great.
I just wanted, so Blair started last week and Jessica's taking over the AEP tab. So I wanted them to sort of see the presentation, and in future it will probably be them doing these things more often.
Okay, great, great.
Will you be checking the chat for me?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, that would be great.
All right, sounds good.
What I'm doing is there's like 5 sections to this. I'm just going to pause at the end of each one.
Okay.
There are questions.
Okay, great.
All right. Sounds good. So should I just leave this up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll leave it up.
Then I'm going to mute and away we go.
All right, sounds good. Thank you,
All
Randy.
right. You got it. Bye.
I'm speaking and I was on mute. We are now back from our break, so I want to check in with everyone just to make sure that you are now present for the rest of our presentation. So if I can have just a couple of people type in the chat that you are back and you are hearing me speak, that would be great. Just want to make sure we have our people back. All right, so I have a few people letting me know that they are now back. I have more coming in. Thank you very much. Looks like we are getting our audience back. So we will move forward. I hope you all have been enjoying today's training and that you are receiving a lot of great information. There's still more to come, and there will definitely be an opportunity for us as presenters to stop speaking and let you all speak and engage with one another, even in a breakout room. So we have a very good activity coming up during the lunch hour where you all will be able to engage with one another. So we definitely want to provide that opportunity for you. Next, we'll have Randy Tillery with WestEd, and he will be presenting on CAEP data reporting for the launch board. And his PowerPoint presentation is included in the Google folder. You'll be able to access it, and it is titled New Onboard Training. I think for launch board, that's the title of it. So you'll be able to follow along, take notes, and access it at a later time. So I will turn it over to Randy, who will get us started. Randy?
Great. Thank you, Veronica. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay. I just wanted to double check. Welcome, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. We'll be talking about data reporting for the launch board. I have reporting in quotes here because for those of you at the colleges, the data comes from your MIS system. So it's not reporting in the sense of separate reporting. And that's why it's in quotes. I call this a data love story because I think CAEP in general is sort of the Chancellor's Office and CDE and CASAS and WestEd and other partners really coming together to try to figure out how to produce a data product that can really help continuous improvement in the field. And in some ways that is kind of a love story because it's about the love of our students and the improvement that we're trying to create in the communities that we serve. My name is Randy Tillery. I'm a project and I'm also the content project director and also the content area director for workforce development and post-secondary education for WestEd. I've been with the CAEP program since the beginning in terms of the data and accountability work going back to 2017, which I'll talk about a little bit. Not letting me advance my slides. There we go. So I am with a part of WestEd. It's a post-secondary education and workforce group. WestEd is a huge organization. It's like 700 consultants. It's more like a confederation than an organization in certain ways. And many of you, particularly if you've worked within CDE, have probably encountered folks from WestEd who work just on K-12 or just on things like assessment. The group I lead is focused on the role of higher education, workforce, and economic development programs, particularly to improve student access and outcomes in higher education. And in particular, we're very interested in the issue of how you increase economic mobility for low-income families and communities, which is what we think that adult education is really about. And so we're very excited to be doing this work on behalf of the CAEP program office. Just some of our lines of work, we do a lot of work building data tools and analysis. Our group is the project management group that leads the building of all of the launch board tabs, not just the one you're going to see today. We do work around pathway development and planning. We're very interested in how to think about connecting K-12, higher education, adult ed, and workforce programs into more coherent kind of regional systems. You know, what is the next step for a student in a CTE pathway at their high school into higher education that allows them to vision themselves within a specific occupation and leverage the assets of higher education to help them get there. Same thing with adult education and the other systems that we work with. We do a lot of work around the implementation of guided pathways and particularly any systems that increase student equity. We have a whole little sub-team in our group that's focused on guided pathways and student equity and access in education. We do labor market and economic analysis, and we do just a ton of professional development. And one of the things that I am hoping you will do is use us and reach out to us to do training and to do professional development with your consortium in your region. In fact, we just had Central Coast reached out to have us do a training with their adult ed consortia around the use of the new CTE Pathways data tool that we just built to help them have better and stronger pathway conversations between the adult education providers out there and the community colleges in that region. This is the CAEP team. It's not everybody who works on CAEP is sort of represented here, but these are really the three primary folks that are kind of part of the team and folks that you will be interacting with. And I'll talk just a little bit about each of us before we kind of go on to the presentation proper. My background is in workforce development going back now 25 years. I've worked in community development in places like East Oakland, City of Richmond. I've developed and helped run workforce development programs for immigrants, previously incarcerated adults. I was a senior dean in the community college system for 6 years, and I've been with WestEd for 3.5 years, specifically focused on areas around post-secondary education, adult education, and workforce development. Jessica Chittafong is the build manager for the adult education pipeline. That's the tool we'll be looking at today. She has been involved with the launch board since really about 3 years, about as long as I have. Jessica manages a ton of the behind the scenes build processes for ensuring that metrics stay consistent across the dashboards, for version control, for managing the model for what the build process looks like. And she is kind of the glue, although she doesn't often get to sort of present as much behind the scenes. It really keeps the launch board together in many ways. And we're really excited to have her step up and lead the build this year. And finally, Blair Wilson-Toso, who has literally been with us just a week and a half. Blair joined us a week ago Tuesday. She has been in adult education probably 15, 20 years easily. She has a PhD in adult education and has been working nationally on a variety of projects for OCTAE. So she's only half-time for a few weeks because she's tying off some OCTAE projects related to IET implementation. She's been leading IET design camps. She's also been involved with the Links National Professional Development System and is assisting MSG and World Education with sort of tying up some loose ends on that project before she comes over full-time in mid-October. So I'm very excited to have this team with me this year. I have her emails here. These are the folks who, when you make requests to tap around something related to launch board, or you reach out to any of us, or you reach out to someone who then reaches out to us, we're the folks who get our heads together to be sure that we answer any questions you have about our data projects and about our work in adult education more generally. How to use us? You should feel free to use us to answer your questions about the launch board for CAEP data and accountability. You should feel free to reach out to us to be a part of local or regional training events on the launch board, the CT adult education to workforce tool, or other topics in adult education. Truly not enough people reach out to us to do this. We have made professional development a large component of our scope of work this year. And we really want to actually activate that in a much stronger way. We've run some great regional events across the state the last 2 years. We want to do even more this year and invite you to sort of reach out to do that with you. If you have research questions related to adult education or outcomes and best practices related to adult education, you should also reach out to us about those. I've been invited to come help facilitate consortium planning sessions. I've been invited to come out to kind of answer research questions. I've been invited to kind of look at the data to see if we can figure out something that might not be represented in the launch board. Those are all important things that we hope that you will also reach out to us for and use us as a resource. So I have basically, well, this says 6 components, and hopefully they're fairly well contained. The first 2 are likely to take the longest because it's just more about the first 3 actually are likely to take the longest. So origin stories, how did we get here? What's been the evolution of the data and accountability system for CAEP? We're going to talk about the CAEP metrics, not every single one of them in detail, but the larger buckets of them to understand what they represent, a little bit about how they're defined. We can't spend a ton of time on it, but I do want to touch on that a little bit. This deck is designed to be used both as a resource. So, you know, I'm giving a presentation using it, but then it also should be a reference for you. So the fact that you have access to it means you can go back and review things that maybe I covered too quickly and then come back to us and ask questions about them either today or later on. We'll talk about data tools, data sources, and reporting requirements. I'll talk a little bit about what the launch board is, a little bit about what the adult education pipeline dashboard is and how it functions. And then hopefully we'll have a little time in the end and I can actually dive into the launch board itself and kind of show it to you on the website. I do encourage you, if you want to right now in your browser, go ahead and Google CalPass, C-A-L-P-A-S-S, and then launch board, all one word, and it will take you to the basically the splash page for the launch board. And from there you can go into the adult education pipeline. And we actually like it when people do that when we're presenting. We feel like it helps them norm themselves to the tool a little bit while we're describing it, rather than just trying to absorb a bunch of information that we present too fast and then trying to do it on their own later. It also helps for generating questions. You can ping me and say like, how come my data is wrong? Which is a question we get with some regularity for different reasons. So origin stories. Neil talked about the legislation. But you know, this all goes back to AB 86 in 2013 when the legislature said you need to build a new system, and they created the regional consortia. That's the first when they started requiring the creation of the 3-year plans. There's real emphasis on regional systems for serving adult learners, and you'll see that we also display data based on region and consortia, and a real strong emphasis on acceleration, contextualized basic skills, joint programming strategies between colleges and adult schools, and this emphasis on kind of really regional career development systems for adult learners. And then originally they defined 5 program areas that then became 7 program areas in AB 104. And AB 104, of course, created the adult education block grant program. It defined the consortium processes and the governance processes you all love so much. And it identified some requirements for measuring effectiveness, like kind of data and accountability reporting, and some issues related to common assessment, and identified 7 program areas. Here's the sort of data and accountability requirements in AB 104 itself. So one of which was to identify the common measures for determining the effectiveness of members of consortia in meeting the educational needs of adults. Aligning data for use in reporting with data reported by local agencies for other purposes, such as WIOA. And in the processes that we have led with the field, we've worked very hard to ensure that even if the exact alignment isn't always there, that the spirit of the alignment is always present in the way that we handle data in the launch board. There was some language about establishing common assessments and policies regarding placement of adults into adult education programs. And then there were reporting requirements. And in the first 2 years after we came on board, we wrote the preliminary and end of year reports to the legislature. But some of the deadline dates for when we produce the dashboard are based on the fact that the legislature wants to see the data on March 1st. And so our goal every year is to be sure that the dashboard itself is available on March 1st. So in 2015 and 16, after AB 104 came into play, there were different attempts to collect data from the field about who adult education students were. And there were lots of crazy numbers floating around. For a while, people were saying there were 2.1 million adult education students, but no one could tell me where that number came from. And then in a report in 2015, it said 1.3 million adult education students. And part of that was that people didn't know what students they were supposed to be reporting on. So colleges were reporting some of their basic skills credit students, some of their CTE credit students. So the reporting was very happenstance. It was not very clean. And there was just a lot of frustration about the fact that we didn't have clear definitions for the programs, for the populations, and for the metrics that we actually wanted to collect. So West Ed was approached in 2017 by the then AEBG program office to convene a process which we now call the Measuring Our Success process. And it was an 8-week sprint. There are probably some people on this call who may have been a part of that sprint, where we recruited 35 K-12 adult college and workforce practitioners, held 40 hours of meetings over 8 weeks. We had 3 committees, a data and accountability committee, a basic skills committee, and a CTE committee, and produced a report to the legislature that looks like this. And there's a link to this that's available on on the caladulted.org website. And I would invite you to read it. Some of the metrics and definitions have changed. It's a fairly quick read. I wrote it. I think it's an easy read, but that could be just me. But I think it provides some context and background for how the system evolved the way it did, and why the decision was made to use the launch board as a place to put all of the sort of summative data for the system. It includes all the population, program, and primary accountability metrics, processes for tracking and reporting, and it has a section around alignment of basic skills. And include a whole raft of data definitions and we'll be going over some of those. So I'm not going to go over them all here now, but the original definitions, now some of these definitions no longer hold because some of the program definitions have changed and evolved over time, but it's a good place to start to understand kind of where we came from. So the CAEP metrics, thinking back to the metrics here on the right, we actually have a portion of the launch board. Actually, I'll pause there for 1 second. Veronica, were there any questions? I can't see the chat on my screen. I just wanted to check in briefly.
Yeah, at this time, no questions.
Okay, thank you. So this is what we call these the report card metrics. This is what they look like on the launch board. And these are not the metrics are the only data points that are in the launch board. There are a lot more than this. The launch board is designed for you to go in and slice and dice the data to look at your students in lots of different ways. But these are the sort of the basic things that we said to the legislature. CDE and the Chancellor's Office will report to you on these basic counts or percentages every year. And these will form the basis of our reports. And this is how we're going to determine if we're getting better, if we're not getting better, what better looks like. I was asked to present to the LAO's office right after we produced the Measuring Our Success report. And I literally told them, I said, we don't know what good looks like because this is a brand new model and it's going to take us even longer to understand what better looks like. And so having data available every year over time is what's going to allow us to do that. And these are the basic measures that we report. We have a view in the launch board, so you can just look at these even for your own institution or your own consortia, because it's sort of nice to see where you're at vis-a-vis what the state has to report to the legislature. But these are the basic metrics that we focus on. So one of which are the two kinds of students. So if you look at the top two here, reportable individuals or adults served, it says that both those things because it says adults served in the legislation, but we base the definition on reportable individuals in WIOA, and then students with 12 or more instructional contact hours. The definitions for those generally are, oh, and there's a mistake here. So it should say any student 16 or over, because we do count students 16 or over. I'll clarify that in a second. Served at a K-12 adult school or a community college non-credit program. So the universal adult ed students are students in those two types of institutions with at least one instructional hour in a CAEP program area or who receives services. So it means you may have students that you're providing services to who haven't enrolled in a program or taken a course. Those still count as part of the denominator. And this follows in spirit the general description of what a reportable individual is for WIOA, and as well as it's pretty close to what other states are doing around the country. Now the age 18 or 16 depends upon how you're funding the student. So under WIOA Title II, adult schools can serve students down to age 16 with WIOA Title II services. CAEP is students 18 or over. So there's some attention to sort of what funding you're using for those students. We just presume if consortia are reporting 16 and 17-year-old students to us that they're included in the denominator for adults served. And then a participant is very specifically any student in K-12 adult ed or college non-credit with 12 or more instructional contact hours over the program year in any combination of programs. If they have 3 hours in CTE and they have 3 hours in ESL and they have 3 hours in ABE and then 3 hours in pre-apprenticeship, that adds up to 12. And at that point, anyone who has 12 or more instructional contact hours counted in that way are reported for outcomes. So all the outcomes in the launch board then become kick-in. Those students become part of the denominator for calculating EFL attainment, for calculating you know, like completion for calculating really any of the other metrics in there. Now, just a note about credit students. Students enrolled in credit coursework are not considered adult education students, even if you have that 2 levels below math or English class, which shouldn't exist in that form anymore under AB 705. But if they're co-enrolled in an adult education program, you know, at the K-12 adult school or a college non-credit program, which is a model we strongly encourage because we find that mixing and matching works to help address, you know, the complete array of students' needs, then they would show up. And we actually have a metric for co-enrollment. You can see the number of students that are co-enrolled in adult ed and community colleges as well. A couple caveats. So within each of these categories, we do track a couple other things. So we keep track of how many students are in that 1 to 11 instructional contact hour bucket, because those are the students that probably you want to be paying attention to. So how do we get those students to actually stick? How do we get them to stay in classes so that they get and they accumulate more hours to get more benefit from the programs we're trying to provide from them? And we do separately track service-only students. So we have a count for students who only receive services and don't enroll in an instructional program. For participants, we have a, it's a drill down, or it's like a DISAG. We look at the metrics. We can look at them for first-time students. So if a student's their first time ever in adult ed, we can look at outcomes for those students as compared to continuing students. And then we have a whole range of categories by which we can disaggregate any metrics. So by gender, by age, by race and ethnicity. If you want to see by race and ethnicity how your students are doing in terms of EFL attainment, you can look at that in the launch board, and we have calculations built for that. The CAEP programs, and Jay and I talk about these programs slightly differently, and I just apologize for that. So he talks about high school diploma and equivalency programs. We talk about adult secondary education programs and kind of lump them together. But these are the 6 basic program categories in CAEP. They correspond pretty closely to what was defined by the legislature, except that there are subcategories for CTE programs. So in the CTE count, we have students basically enrolled in short-term vocational training programs. They're supposed to lead to employment. Students in workforce preparation programs, which is more like job prep, soft skills, although I don't like the term soft skills, and then pre-apprenticeship students. And that total count, those add up to the total count for CTE students. These are all considered to be generally CTE program areas. So I want to talk just a second about the types of CTE programs, and we have definitions available for these that are more built out. We talked about all of these in the measuring our success process and have done some refinement of the definition of them. Short-term vocational training is CTE training designed to lead to employment that is 1 year or less in duration. Now, yes, every CTE course you offer is designed to help someone related to employment, but is it a training program that's designed to lead to someone getting a specific kind of job? So would it be something that would be eligible for the employment training panelist in your area? Is it something that you would report under Perkins? Is it something that would be eligible for Title IV funding? So something that's clearly occupational in nature, designed to lead to a job. Pre-apprenticeship, and this is language actually pulled from WIOA, prepares individuals to enter and succeed in a registered apprenticeship program and has a documented partnership with at least one registered apprenticeship program. There's a longer definition that describes a set of quality standards that the Department of Labor has published that we recommend you use if you're thinking about building a pre-apprenticeship program. It's not just that math for carpentry, that brush up course. It's really a complete program to really help someone get ready to enter apprenticeship and that has some kind of MOU in place with a registered apprenticeship program that says, yes, the people who complete this program get priority consideration for that program. It could also be a direct entry agreement where just everyone who graduates from that program gets into the apprenticeship program. There are those agreements as well. Workforce preparation, and this is also pulled from WIOA language, includes activities, programs, or services designed to help an individual acquire basic academic skills, critical thinking skills, digital literacy skills, and self-management skills. We track workforce prep as both a program and as a progress measure. So there's a workforce preparation milestone that's under student progress, as well as tracking the number of students enrolled in these kinds of programs. So it's a continuum of skills, and what you're trying to measure is your program providing those continuum of skills in order to be able to achieve the milestone. And then do you have programs designed to specifically do this? Once again, we have a longer definition for this as well. The EFLs, and so the EFLs are based on, and I can now say this in all seriousness, the 6 levels for ABE and ASE and for ESL in the National Reporting System for Adult Education. It used to be that there were 2 kind of sets of standards in California. So you had the NRS levels that the WIOA Title II agencies were using and the adult schools. And then you had something in the community college system called the CB21 competency rubric, which defined the levels below college level course for math, English, and ESL. What we have done now is align those levels so that the college rubrics now match the NRS levels. So if a student proceeds from one course to the next at the community college non-credit program, they're achieving an EFL gain just as if they're pre and post tested using CASAS. So there's multiple methodologies because CAEP does not require every college in the state to adopt CASAS for measuring EFL attainment in the same way that WIOA Title II does. But for K-12 adult schools and WIOA Title II agencies, the pre and post testing using CASAS, which is the state mandated test. There are other NRS approved instruments, but in California it's CASAS. So pre and post testing using CASAS standardized assessment instruments, which aligns to the methodology for it's either measure 1 or measure 2 under the WIOA measurable skills gain. I think it's 1. For community colleges who are not WIOA Title II funded, we've created 2 other methodologies to capture EFL attainment. One is course progression based on what I just described, going from like a CB21 equals C coded course to a CB21 equals B coded course. And I'll show you what one of the rubrics look like for that in a second, to determine the course level below college level course and to map progression. There's also an MIS data element in the community college data system that can be used by colleges using CASAS who do not report through TE or who use other NRS approved instruments to enter student EFLs, and we can capture EFL gain that way. Now, typically 1 million questions come up when I raise this, and I presume we will have some in a minute. But I just wanted to make you aware that there are 3 different methodologies that we use to capture this. And as a result, we capture a significant number of EFL gains based on CB21 course progression in particular. We saw that this year. This is what the rubrics look like for CB21. And you can sort of see that at the top, it's a CB20 equals F, E, D, C, B, and A going upwards in terms of skill progression. And then how they correspond to the ESL levels in NRS, beginning ESL literacy, low beginning, high beginning, low intermediate, high intermediate, and advanced. We have rubrics for math, English, and ESL that have all been aligned to NRS but that actually have a lot more detail. And we can make all of these rubrics available to consortia because it may be very useful for an adult school to look at the community college rubric because we got much more specific. The NRS levels, the published ones, are pretty general. And it was very difficult to interpret them in terms of how to align them to college curriculum. But in theory, now we have alignment so that if someone is at advanced ESL and exit that, they should be able to enter, in theory, into transfer level English. Now that's a local decision, and we do want to do some training about that in the field this year. We're very excited to take these rubrics into the field and work with consortia, math, English, and ESL faculty on them. Student transitions. So we measure 2 types of student transitions. Transition is important because you're consortia, you have colleges and adult schools and where students are starting and where they end up. We don't do this necessarily just based on what institution they land in, but what the student actually achieves. So doesn't have to be within the same institution, and there's sort of some complicatedness. Jay has a really, I think, riotous slide later on where he shows all of the potential arrows for a post-secondary transition in CAEP. So we have a transition to adult secondary ed. So if a student starts in ABE, adult basic ed, or ESL, at a K-12 adult school or a college non-credit program, and they then subsequently enroll into an adult secondary education program at an adult high school or adult GED program, or at any K-12 adult school or college non-credit program. They've basically transitioned to adult secondary ed. So it doesn't have to be in the same institution. They could go from the non-credit program to the adult high school at the K-12 adult school, or vice versa. It's not institution specific, it's student specific. It's like where, and it could be any institution in the state. So we track that. So if they leave your area and they've been doing ABE and they show up at the adult high school, 3 counties away, that should count as a transition. And Jessica will call me later and tell me if I'm wrong. Transition to post-secondary is more complicated. The one thing to understand is that if student starts in adult basic education, adult secondary education, or ESL, there's 2 ways that they can transition into, they can get a transition to post-secondary education. One of which is if they enter any CTE program. So adult education and non-credit CTE programs are considered post-secondary within the definitions for CAEP. About 20 adult schools in the state are basically accredited as vocational post-secondary institutions that administer Pell Grant dollars. So CTE, we consider it post-secondary in CAEP. So if they're at the non-credit program and they're at the adult high school and they go take a CTE program over at the K-12 adult school, that's a post-secondary transition. Likewise, if they go from the K-12 adult school, and they're ABE, ASE, or ESL, and they enter a CTE program at the non-credit program near them, that is a post-secondary transition. And it doesn't matter whether it's the program nearby or a program halfway across the state. It's for any it's at any institution in the state, which is what makes this potentially a really great metric over time as we see this number begin to increase. The second is a transition from ABE, ASE, or ESL into any community college credit program, CTE or non-CTE. This metric used, and if you read the Measuring Our Success metric, it says non-developmental credit course. After AB 705, there isn't really anything in community colleges that we're calling non-developmental. If they just enroll in regular coursework at the community college for credit, that's a post-secondary transition. Now this is another area where I may have 18 questions, because people get very confused about this. Post-secondary credential completion, we capture a number of post-secondary credentials, including adult education CTE certificates, which we consider post-secondary credentials. But when we took this up with the CTE committee in the Measuring Our Success process, they identified some general criteria. So it can't just be any credential that you feel like connects to employment. It has to be something that's designed to get someone a job, and a specific kind of job. So it should be a credential leading to employment in a clearly defined occupation. And this is an example of lists. This is the way WIOA likes to do things. They'll say, this is how we define it. And here an example, but not limited to these kinds of things. So if you have a certificate that's eligible for Title I WIOA funding with your workforce board on the ETPL, that's an example of the kind of credential that really counts. CDCP or CTE certificates, non-credit certificates with more than 48 instructional contact hours. And once again, these were all negotiated, and I would have to go back into my notes for the logic for all of them, but this 48 instructional contact hours aligns to other metrics in the Strong Workforce Program and other places in the launch board for the college system. Certificates that meet the threshold for inclusion under Perkins, certificates that meet the threshold for Title IV, federal student aid, and completion of any degree or 4-credit college certificate that is over 6 units. And just then the caveat is that people want to say, like I was getting a lot of, my interview skills clearly gets people jobs, and this 4-hour sort of thing they do in the morning and they get a certificate for it. And it's like, no. Workforce preparation, and this is a WIOA definition. This is not us, although I agree with it, does not count for post-secondary credentials. So the OSHA or SafeServe are not counted for completion of this. They're actually considered workforce prep and not occupational training. And then once again, that we define all all K-12 adult education and college CTE programs are defined as post-secondary, whether they're credit or non-credit. Employment and wage gains. The important thing here is to understand that we only capture employment and wage gains after exit. And this is similar to WIOA, although it's a little bit different because exit can be after, maybe basically it's 90 days of no activities within the quarter. We do it based on the program year. So if a student's enrolled in 18-19 and they're not enrolled in 19-20, they don't enroll anywhere, then they're considered exited. And then at the end of that year, we calculate the employment metrics for them. So some of these are very close to WIOA, employment 2 and 4 quarters after exit, median annual wage, wage gain compared to their wage before they entered adult ed, and wage after exit compared to the regional living wage. And these are all metrics that you'll see in the launch board. The way we calculate this is based on a match between students who provide a Social Security number and the California Employment Development Department unemployment insurance wage file. Now, this creates real limitations, and those of you who particularly participate in the WIOA CASAS survey understand this. Only about 10% of K-12 adult ed students and 50% of non-credit students provide SSNs. But the issue is with employment for us, even if we start including the survey data, it's always going to be a partial glimpse. Like survey data is not a complete measure of employment. The EDD match isn't. So we're trying to look at ways to include both the CAEP and the community college CTE outcome survey data in future builds of the launch board. So one last point here, I want to talk a little bit about leading and lagging indicators. So some metrics are calculated in the same year. So it's a one program year. So enrollment, EFL attainment, maybe other skills gains metrics. That's not all of them, but those are examples. Some are in the same or subsequent program year. So they transition to ASE. If they enroll in ABE in the beginning of the program year and they enroll in ASE later in the program year, that's a transition to ASE in that year, but they may transition in the next year and then we still count that. As a result, we calculate this after the second year, so it's a lagging indicator because you would only get a partial read on it. And then we have metrics which populate for the same or subsequent program year for multiple years. So this includes post-secondary credentials. So we have adult ed CTE certificates that can populate, within the same year. We have low unit credit certificates that can be in the same or subsequent year. We allow 2 years for high unit credit certificates and then up to 4 years for an associate's degree. What that means is that the post-secondary credential completion metric changes every year for up to 4 years. So it populates, so the number changes a little bit over time. So you'll see a count for this year, but then you'll see a larger count for next year when we really kind of get more of that completion, particularly if they transition to post-secondary. And I mentioned the employment metrics are calculated after exit. So we do the build the following year, the year after they've exited. So it's about a year and a half after the program year before you actually see the employment data, and you'll see that in the launch board as well. So one of the things I like to say a lot, and my apologies to people who've heard me say this before, is the CAEP student metric buckets are kind of a student journey. So you have things, your participation, adults served participants and program enrollments. You have progress, so EFL attainment, workforce preparation, occupational skills. You have transitions, you have post-secondary transition, you have transition to secondary education. And you have completion, you have diploma completion, you have post-secondary credentials. And there are some situations where a diploma can be a post-secondary credential if they enter employment or a training program in the following year. And then you have the employment metrics. So these are like us to some people enter, they progress, hopefully they transition to another stage in their education, they complete something and they realize a kind of, a career goal or basically employment out of it. And then what we do is we take these sort of journey buckets and we provide all these different ways to look at which students are getting there and which are not. So we disaggregate by race and ethnicity, by gender, by age, by program area, which is pretty cool. So if you want to look at post-secondary transition for just your students in adult secondary education, you can do that. And then we have this first time continuing kind of student categories as well that we disaggregate by. And finally, the CAEP metrics, we see them as a student journey once again. So this is something I did early on, and it's sort of the logic that we hope you're using when you're thinking about what you're trying to do when you look at the data. And I say continuously, as educators, we like to do the top 100% of things for the top 100% of people. And it's probably good if you figure out where you want to make the change based on where you want to move the needle. So if where you want to move the needle is on student progress, and we have measures aligned to that, and then there are probably activities you could do specifically just to focus on that. And I think even in your 3-year plan, you want to get better overall, but I think you want to indicate over 3 years, we think we can get really, really good or a lot better at these 1 or 2 things. And we encourage people to think about the student journey as the framework and the student experience as the framework for deciding how do you want to improve that journey and how do you want to improve what students are able to achieve over time. So I'm going to pause there. Veronica, did we have you draft of questions, or are people just kind of listening for now?
People are listening for now. No questions as of yet.
Okay, that's a really bad sign. Okay, good to know. So let me talk a little bit about data, tools, sources, and reporting. And once again, I'm just apologizing a little bit because I'm giving you way too much information to absorb. But the really great news for me is that Jay's going to give you even more way too much information to absorb later on. I usually have 50 slides, and he's got about 80. So this is sort of the kind of day it is. So these are the major data tools. The CASAS TOPS Pro Enterprise, which is quarterly and annual data collection. CASAS provides you quarterly and end of year DIR reports to agencies. And then there are about 19 colleges, I think, I would say 20, but I guess it's 19 colleges funded under WIO Title II, and a few of the colleges report using MIS and CASAS. And it provides really good validated EFL completion data using pre and post testing using the CASAS instruments. CASAS basically covers all the adult schools and the WIOA Title II funded students at the 19 or 20 non-credit programs that are also WIOA Title II funded. It does not capture all the students for CAEP. So colleges who are not WIOA Title II funded have the opportunity to let us just pull their data from the community college data system that's tied back to the enrollment system at the colleges. So the Launch Board uses non-credit MIS data, Management Information System data. It's the same data that's tied, if you're a college, that's tied to your enrollment system. CASAS data and EDD data as our primary data sources. And it provides complete consortium level data. So the Launch Board is where you're going to see all of the data for everyone in your consortium, whether or not the colleges are reporting to WIOA Title II. So it is the only true complete source for that, just because of the way the data sources work together. We match the K-12 college and EDD data to track post-secondary transitions and employment outcomes. We build it annually, so it's not quarterly because you have term-based reporting for colleges, quarterly-based reporting for CASAS, and it's just easier to do it annually. We're talking about a mid-year update, and at least for the last 3-year plan, the CAEP office was emphasizing you should be using that for the annual plan updates. And then NOVA is a totally different thing. It's the financial accountability and budget tracking. It's where you're posting your 3-year plans. It's where you're doing your CFADs. At least right now, it's not tied into the CASAS or the Launch Board data, but we've had discussions occasionally to do that. So the primary data sources for CAEP, the enrollment data, it's the college MIS enrollment data tied to your enrollment management system at your college, and the K-12 adult education data collected by, and WIOA Title II data collected by CASAS. And we use both data sets. I'll talk about, like, I have a slide, it's like, what happens to my data? So we use both those data sets and we collect outcomes from both those data sets. Not all of the outcomes, but a number of them, in particular EFL attainment and high school diploma and equivalencies. We really use both data sets for that. Then we match that, and then we have the CASAS testing data that's a part of the CASAS data pool. And then we have the EDD wage file data that we match to actually display employment outcomes. Eventually, because of just the importance of it, we want to have a high school equivalency match for CAEP that captures, in the same way WIOA Title II does for I think HiSET and GED. We want to do the same for the entire CAEP data universe of students. We want to tie into the Division of Apprenticeship Standards apprenticeship records. We actually have access to those to track apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship. and we want to incorporate data from the CTE outcome survey and the CASAS employment survey. So that's where we think we're going. And it'll probably take us a couple years to get there because we're just moving some of this stuff forward now. So that means you've got sort of 2 data systems and 3 data scenarios. So only non-credit programs who are WIOA Title II funded are required to report both into CASAS TOPS Pro and to have their data all collected in MIS. And in the beginning of the year letter, I think we say every year, just because you're reporting into WIOA Title II or you know your data is in MIS does not mean you don't have to fully populate data sets in both systems. Because your WIOA Title II data set is used for WIOA Title II and not for CAEP. And so you have to fully report all of that information. And you should ensure and work with your researchers to be sure that all of your data for your students is correctly entered into the MIS system. And this, I think we did already kind of just a quick comparison. TOPS Pro is a quarterly data system. It is quarterly kind of reporting. COMIS is term-based, but it's not reporting. You don't report data. You enter your data into COMIS as you enroll your students and serve them. And then about 30 days after the end of each term, the college uploads that data set to the community college chancellor's office. So the enrollment records for every student in California are uploaded every year and have now aggregated for, I don't even know exactly how long, but probably 20 years. There's an enormously long longitudinal data set there. The TOPS Pro data is either you enter it through, you scan it, or you enter it through the software system, or it's extracted and imported into TOPS Pro. Most data in MIS should just populate automatically, students, but you need to be sure that you're getting all that data for your students and that they're actually getting it all entered. TOPS Pro is not, it's not intimately connected to your student information system, but CASAS has done a great job of building export functions, like, and basically directions about how to export that data from ASAPs. What goes to the chancellor's office is a full extract of all the enrollment records and every data detail about all of your students. It's a manual upload process in both cases. They're an annual upload, different files from MIS going at different times of the year. With TOPS Pro, there are some limitations on detail. So that's why we did the big scan of CTE programs, because I can tell you if a student is a CTE program, a CTE student or not, but I can't tell you in detail which students did which pathways. Like if you want to look at which sectors they were trained in or which jobs they were seeking, that is not contained in the CASAS extract we get. We do know some of that data is in there. There are just some limitations on it. I can tell you if a program or pathway in the community college only had 25 students in it, and it's a very idiosyncratic kind of specialized pathway, I can tell you exactly what happened to those 25 students, what pathway, what jobs they were seeking. There's a lot more detail in MIS. And eventually we need to think about how we can mirror that detail on the K-12 adult ed side, so we can do kind of more detailed or better kind of pathway analysis and research. Just a couple notes about CAEP reporting for colleges. You're required to collect all of the data elements for CAEP for all of your students. Uploads are part of the regular data process. There's no other reporting process. So it's not like when's my reporting deadline for CAEP? There isn't one. Basically, your data goes up when your college uploads their data. So your deadline is being sure you work with your researchers to identify your data is complete in MIS before it gets uploaded 30 days after the end of the term. Colleges with WIOA Title II have to report into both systems. Some colleges also use TOPS Pro to report students, in particular if they're using third parties as trainers. And so the students don't have a record in MIS. That's been a relatively small number of instances, but there is some of that going on. And then MIS is the primary validated data source for student course enrollment and outcome data for colleges. This is the EDGE course. So we have some colleges that appear to be using not for credit courses or community education courses for CAEP and using CAEP funds to pay for them. I'll let Neil deal with that because I don't think that's technically allowed. We also have colleges that are funding third-party providers to provide the training. And so they're reporting those third-party students into TE, even though the funding is being provided by the college. This year, we should be capturing all of those students. You know, the students, they weren't showing, they were connected to a college in TE, but we're using MIS as the primary data record. So we're missing some students, and now we fully look at both data sets and deduplicate them. So we're capturing students that may be swept up by by TOPS Pro Enterprise reporting that we weren't getting before, that should be associated with colleges. How my data is used. So everything you enter into TOPS Pro Enterprise or that's in MIS does not show up on the launch board. It's used as part of calculations for the metrics in the launch board. And there isn't college data and K-12 data, there's consortium data, and then you can look at institutional data. We don't divide it out as like, this is what the adult schools do, this is what the colleges do, because the consortium is the unit of measure for getting better, for improvements in services. So to get a particular outcome, the calculations may use multiple data fields from TOPS Pro Enterprise or MIS. I'm hoping Jay shows his famous bubble charts where he shows all the different combinations of bubbles on the entry and update tool that you that you have to fill in to get certain outcomes. And that just a reminder that for colleges who get WIO Title II, we do look at both data sets, and then we deduplicate to be sure we're not double counting students. We do that for EFLs, for high school diploma, and in some other limited situations as well. So this is just, I threw this in here because if people don't have the full context of the bubble chart, so this is one of the scan forms this is the update record for CASAS. And there's a ton of things, there's a ton of fields here that you could select for your student. Not all of these would populate in the launch board, and we look at certain combinations of them. Like there's a set of things related to credentialing and credentials here, and so in terms of the post-secondary credential, we look at those bubbles as well. And there's other things on the work categories, and so just making it clear that the data isn't a pass-through, then you see a set of things. And CASAS doesn't do that either. When you get your quarterly reports, they're doing calculations to show you certain outcomes that are aligned to the CAEP metrics and outcomes. And the calculations can be just kind of crazy. So this is the TOPS Pro calculation for the launch board for EFL attainment, and the COMAS calculation. This is part of the COMAS calculation, where there's a lot of data variables and a lot of things that have to be sorted through to actually get to the count or the infographic you see in the launch board. So launch board, Veronica, do we have anything?
Yes, we just had a question come in, and the question is, how will we address the loss of data on students as some agencies, K-12, are not able to assess using CASAS for the first term or full year?
So that is a good question. I don't know that I have the answer to that. That's something we probably need that needs to be collectively discussed with the contractors. So what we do with the data is we get the data extract file from CASAS, and it's unitary student data. So we get the data on every individual student in the system, and we use that for the calculations. How we handle the fact that we know we're going to lose records this year because of what happened in spring and is continuing to happen into fall. I know colleges who said, we've just given up, we're just trying to teach, and we've given up on tracking certain things. There's going to be a hole in the data. So I think the question is, what do we display? And then how do we frame it, if I'm understanding the question correctly? And also, I have had situations where people are just getting up to speed using CASAS for pre and post testing, and just things fall through the cracks. We've said all along the 16-17 data should have a big asterisk next to it, because no one, the colleges didn't start using CASAS until the middle of the program year. And even some adult schools were really just getting up to speed with it. That's sort of my non-answer, I guess.
Okay, and we have another question. The question is, for colleges, is there a list of all the MIS elements we need to make sure we are gathering?
Yeah, so we have some basic lists that we create. So we did last year, we did non-credit training in every region of the state, pretty much. And we have a list of major MIS elements you should be paying attention to. I didn't put it in here because this wasn't a non-credit specific training, but we can actually get you both a copy of that deck and a list of those elements, which is something we should be probably updating on an annual basis anyway. So the answer is yes, we can get that to you. All right, so let's talk about the launch board. I'm going to move fairly quickly because what I want to do is in the next 15 minutes be able to actually pull the launch board up and show you a couple things in it. I know this is all way too much, way too quickly. So these are the 7 sort of tabs you see, tiles we call them, when you go into the launch board. The adult education pipeline is just one of them. And I'm showing them all to you because there are some of them where the non-credit data shows up in multiple places in particular. So the adult ed pipeline, the one in the middle, is the only one that includes the K-12 adult education that specifically exhibits the data for the CAEP metrics that have been defined by the field and the state agencies over the last 3 to 4 years. But the college pipeline has very detailed data around CTE and other non-credit programs, as well as all the credit programs. And so we encourage adult schools to be familiar with the college pipeline so that you can go look at your college and look at CTE programs there and see what programs you might want to be advising your students could be their future. If you have a custodial training program and someone's got a building maintenance technology program that's slightly more advanced where they can get a higher wage, you probably want to make that connection. The college pipeline is a good place to see what your college offers. And all the non-credit information is there. So the launch board, like it's a suite of dashboards. It's supported by the college system, but it's really not limited to the colleges. We look at a variety of things. We look at K-14 transitions. With the CAEP dashboard, we look at adult ed community college transitions. It's trying to expand its scope to look more at education as a broad array of systems that should be connected together. And I just want to say it was designed to be used for program improvement. It's really about having better local conversations, and don't use all the data in there. Find the data point that's most interesting and sit down with your faculty and have a conversation about how can we get better at this. And it's part of the larger conversation that really should be happening at all of our institutions about equity and economic mobility right now. It was asked for by practitioners back in 2012. CTE faculty in the state were frankly just annoyed that their data didn't show up anywhere, and they wanted us to design a dashboard that actually could allow them to tell their story and to help improve their programs. We align it as much as we can to all the legislative and chancellor's office or other agency priorities that we're working with. We have different display types, and I'll show those in a second. The important thing to understand, there's no additional data collection. Top Score Enterprise is a little bit different because we collect that data for CAEP intentionally, but generally what we're trying to do is leveraging administrative data sets, the EDD data set, the MIS data set in the community colleges, CalPADS data as it's reported into CalPAS Plus. Using the dating sets, the data sets that, the dating sets, I like that. The data sets reported by agencies to the state, and freeing that data or unpacking it in ways that make it useful for educators to improve practice. And we do a lot of data matching to track transition. We do it with adult ed and community college, K-12 and community college. We compare community college programs to LMI data. And we've built a lot of data visualizations that we've been using for planning around the state too, that actually aren't in the launch board that we'd love to get in there at some point. It allows views by institution, by region, by state, and there's a bunch of disaggregations in there as well. These are all of the data sets that we use. Well, actually, 2 of them, the outcome survey, we do use in a couple of the dashboards, and we're hoping to implement the cost of employment survey data soon as well. So there are 3 different types of dashboards. So one of which is we have what I call accountability tools. Strong Workforce Program is tied to the allocation of strong workforce programming. There's a performance-based fund in there. The student success metrics are meant to be institutional level accountability metrics that colleges should be working to get better at. They actually are tied to some extent over to the vision goals and the student-centered funding formula. We have reform tools, guided pathways, which tracks key indicators for guided pathways implementation, which is an equity framework and framework for college reform that was supposed to be being implemented system-wide. And then we have student journey dashboards. And these are actually my favorite because I love being able to sit in a room with educators and be able to tell them that based on the K-14 CTE transition tab, a student who takes 2 CTE courses in the same pathway in high school is only 9% likely to take a related course in college. And it opens up a conversation about what's driving that number. How do we think about that transition and that student journey from high school into community college, and can strengthen it in ways that students are making CTE decisions in high school and then still pursuing those in college as well, if that's the desirable outcome. We think the launch board is important because, you know, I think it increases the stakes for how we serve our students. We really, the college system's gotten a lot better at this over time. I think it's challenging for other agencies as they begin to come into it. We want to own our weaknesses as well as our strengths, because it's about the students. It's not about how good or bad we look. It's about how well we're serving our students and how we can serve them better. It's a great tool for linking outcomes to practice and a great tool for continuous improvement and data-driven practice. And it can connect the dots about things we want to know. I mean, there are things that we're uncovering in the adult education data sets that we did not know, and we're trying to figure out ways to get some of those up there in the dashboard in ways that can help inform practice. Veronica, I'm going to go straight into the AE pipeline, and then before I switch over to live view, I can answer questions while I'm switching over.
Okay, sounds good.
So this is the adult ed pipeline. This is what it looks like. It's a series of tiles. And the first thing I want to draw your attention to is it's designed like the student journey, right? So when I showed the buckets of metrics, if you set the scorecard aside for a second, you have a set of metrics related to student and programs. That's connection and entry. You have a set of metrics related to progress. How do students improve their skills over time? We have a set of metrics related to transition to adult secondary, transition to post-secondary. We have metrics that measure how many students completed 6 college credits, how many students had a C average or better when they transitioned to community college. We have success metrics about completion. Did they complete a CTE certificate, a low unit certificate, a high unit certificate? And then we have a set of metrics related to earnings. So you can figure out where your interest is, what you want to know, and then dive in there. It's not just a huge list of data points. It's not a big Excel spreadsheet you have to figure out how to interpret. We provide infographics and different visualizations to help you help you focus on the part of the student journey that's important to you. I'm going to bypass this because it's very similar. Actually, well, a couple things. You know, like the launch board overall, it's designed to improve educational practice and economic mobility. It is used by consortia to develop their 3-year plans. It should be used to track progress on your 3-year plans, which is why I say to be precise about where you want to make the change. Don't just expect numbers to get better. Say, we want to get better at this, and this is what we're going to do. And then prototype, try things out, reinvent. And then Neil does use it to identify consortia who are struggling, not to penalize them, but to really identify who needs CAEP technical assistance, whether either from us or from CASAS or from TAP. And that's come up a couple times. So you can visualize the data by region, consortium, institution, and year. The tiles themselves each have a live metric on them. So that's a metric but then when you dive into them, there are other metrics that live within them. The scorecard, once again, it's that list I showed you of data metrics in the beginning, which are the things that we report to the state. So you can look at them for your institution, statewide, or for your region. It's often very informative to compare things like your EFL attainment rate to the region. And oftentimes those will be very different numbers. And that's where a conversation starts. Well, how come it looks like that? How can we get better at that? What should we be focusing on? What are other institutions who are doing this well? What are they doing? When you go into each tile, there's a summary infographic, and there's a set of detailed data charts you can dive into. You can disaggregate, and then there's a comparison view that I'm going to be completely obvious I don't know how to use very well, where you could compare the data for your consortium to other institutions. So this shows basically we call these the filters at the top of the pipeline. You can choose a region of the state. You can choose to look at the data statewide. You can choose to look at the data by a consortium. You can also look at it by community college district, and I'm not going to go into that right now because it's about some idiosyncrasies about how we get the data from CASAS that we need to figure out so we don't have to have that view. It's not actually not a helpful view in terms of the overall tool. You can look at specific institutions. So if you go into the About Students Regional Consortium Riverside, I can look at Corona Norco, USD, and sort of see what the metrics are for my adult school at that district. And then you can go back many years. This will change next year. Beginning this year, nothing will be available prior to 16-17 because 16-17 was the first year that we had both adult school and college data together. And so all of the time trend charts blow up after 15-16. And so it's not, in some ways it's not useful, and we're going to fix that. The data tiles, like I said, each one of them is its own metric. So this is an actual metric for whatever institution or level of view you're looking at. You go into the summary infographic, which includes an initial data. So this is in students and programs. You can see student enrollments. And I'm not sure if this is statewide, I think, based on program area. And then you can see some basic demographic information. And then you have detailed data charts. So you go into detailed data, what you get is a list of metrics on the left-hand side that you can go in and look at. So this is students who receive services. And you have students, so like for this view, it shows students with an enrollment who receive services and students without an enrollment who receive services. This is an example of the disaggregation. So this is for EFL attainment. You can see you have drill downs. You can look at race and ethnicity, age, gender. You can look at it by program type, and you look at it by first time or continuing students. In 2021, we are going to be making a number of improvements. And in fact, in the next month, you'll see a data extract feature where you can basically download an Excel spreadsheet, well, not Excel, a CSV file with the data for your entire consortium for like the scorecard or for other metrics. And we're going to be improving the resources and finding better ways to connect you to the resources. So for every metric, there'll be a plain language description that helps describe what you're really looking at and how it's captured, as well as you'll be able to look at the calculation if you want to get that wonky. And then Blair's going to help us identify like things from links or other places that we should park into resources to be sure that we make available for people who want to learn more about certain topics, like say, LMI data. So now we're going to go to live data. Veronica, I'm going to go ahead and change the share while you go ahead and maybe ask me any questions that have come up.
Okay, so there was a question that came in about the COMAS data elements, and I have pulled the original Google Drive that you all had, but Jessica let me know that there is a new web page. So I provided everyone with that, but there was a specific question about the CAEP relevant MIS data elements. So I also posted the Launchboard data dictionary. That's the CAEP specific data elements, correct?
Yes, so it's an MDD and it includes every so if you want to know about a calculation, you can go look, and part of the structure of the calculation is a list of the data elements used for that specific metric. So that's helpful in itself. And then we've tried to summarize those in a couple lists of data elements also of data elements that you should be paying attention to when you're looking at your data.
Okay, great. And then the next question is, what will be the impact of the 2019 Cradle to Career Data Systems on Launchboard, and in parentheses, legislation?
So part of that depends. So Kathy, my work spouse and my colleague who manages the unit with me, has been working on that project now for almost a year. And to a certain extent, that process has been firewalled from discussions about the launch board because of Kathy's previous role in building the launch board. And we're just trying to be sure that we're not trying to put our thumb in the scale about those discussions, that we're handling them in a fair and balanced way. I don't think the cradle to career, so if you think about the massive lift that all of that data is going to, getting all that data into some format that it's usable and what it looks like, it's not going to answer all the questions about a particular domain of practice. So and I don't know what Kathy presented to CCAE yesterday. So if I contradict her, it's only because we actually maintain a pretty clear distance between ourselves around the work. So I think there is still a place for asking specific questions and doing a deeper dive around a larger set of metrics or questions that we want to ask about students that will not all be answered by the cradle to career system. And I think we're still quite a ways upstream of when we actually get to that system. I think they're going to hopefully get the model on the, but I think we really don't know fully. But I don't think for things like AEP, which are more specialized, I think there's very clearly a role for tools like that. Like that could be a totally self-serving comment. I'm just going to be honest. Is that it, Veronica?
Yes, those are all the questions.
Okay.
we have
So
for now.
you notice I'm on Google. I'm not on Launchboard because I'm going to go in live. This is the way I always recommend people get in. I mean, I have the link in my bookmarks, but so when I type CalPAS Launchboard and I Google it, it takes me to the Launchboard home, which then takes me to the splash page for all of the tabs. And the resources tab is important. So it's important, I think, that you try and pay attention to that and maybe go and look around and see what's in there, particularly this year, because we'll be adding a lot of things to that. Explore, adult ed pipeline. And here we are. And so you can see the metrics actually begin to populate. And so a couple of things you can see right away. So I had that sort of thing I said about leading and lagging indicators. So certain things just don't populate in the given program year. That if I want to see transition, and I want to explore ways to get better about this with transition, but with employment, it's really unsolvable to a certain degree. If I go to 17-18 instead of 18-19, you will see the employment and wage data and the transition data will populate. I also want to show you here at the top the link for the metric definition dictionary. So if you, and then what that does is it downloads the dictionary, which is helpful, but the dictionary itself is like 200 plus pages long. I don't even know how big it is right now, but, and it's got, we have to create separate metrics for every disaggregation. So there's just hundreds and hundreds of things in there, but you can get your own copy of the metric definition dictionary. Some folks like Jason and Harpreet down at North Orange had showed me they printed out the whole thing and had dog-eared it and had Post-it notes in it and stuff like that. And that was like the happiest day of my life that someone used it. But that's where you get access to that. And then at the bottom of the page, you might not be seeing this because my screen's handling it weird. There's a link to the adult education resources, and we'll be building it out further this year. So I just want to be sure that you're aware of those things to look at them. So you can see, first of all, the filters, the way they work, statewide. I can click region. These are the community college micro regions. For the community college system, they're not the adult ed super regions, just because the correspondence for the consortia are the college districts. And so it's easier to divide them up this way. So if I go to, let's see, where am I gonna go? Let's go to Inland Empire. And then I'm just going to, actually, no, let's go Consortium, it'll be more fun. I'll stay with about students. I'll just say all institutions. So this is a consortium view. I'll stay with 17-18 because I want to see employment and transition as well as basic counts. And all the tiles repopulate. And then I'll show you basically a couple more things here. So first, let's go into the scorecard view. So this was the same view you saw before. Now, at any point, I could change my view. So I could say, okay, so this is Riverside. Let's look at the region, which would be Inland Empire. And see what this looks like for Inland Empire. So you can see the counts automatically update and change. And then even in this view, we have ways to disaggregate and change and do drill down. So if I were to go like reportable individuals, a time trend, this shows counts over years going back to 2012, 2013. Now you can see when I said the numbers just jump off the chart in 16, 17, which is when we really have K-12 and community college data. So 15, 16 on back will not be available. We wanted to let enough years populate to be able to do a decent time trend. But then if I want to look at a different group, I want to look at race and ethnicity. Here's like a bar chart for the race and ethnicity of my students for the region. Do the same thing for age group or for gender. So then if I want to get back out, and so you can do that for any of these, one of the things we're struggling with, just to be perfectly honest, is there are places where we think that some of the detailed visualizations aren't working the way we want them to do, whether they're counts or percentages, and we're trying to troubleshoot some of that this year. If I want to go back to the main Launchboard adult ed page, I go here, and let's go into progress. And this is going to show you the, actually do this, we'll go students and programs. So remember, there's 3 layers. There's the data that's on the tile. Everything pops up with an infographic. The reason we do that is that we actually like to use this with teachers and faculty and counselors. And oftentimes you don't want to start with something that looks like this, where it's just a ton of different metrics. People get lost in the details. I'm sure you've all sat in rooms with faculty or teachers or counselors and have them fixate on some bizarre little data point that they just feel like it's a window into the world, and they start creating all kinds of theories and sharing anecdotes, and you just lose the group. That what we have found is in spite of the fact that we have these dashboards that have all of these metrics on them, that what's important is you identify what you want to focus on, and then just take 1 or 2 data points and have that be the focus for your conversation. That really most people who don't deal with data all the time can only deal with a couple things at once without getting lost in the details, like exactly what I'm doing with you right now. So this shows the summary view, and this gets into the detailed view. So I can show you a variety. Let's go look at co-enrollment. Participants enrolled in courses at adult education and community college in the same program year. It's showing a count that's really probably lower than it's percentage of participants. So it's a low percentage, but there should be a count there. 149. So that's a count to look at. We can look at enrollment. So adults served, support and career services, students without an enrollment who receive services. I can tell you the statewide number for that is about 60,000. Right now is what we're seeing in the data. We think some of that is as much a result of the fact that I think college non-credit programs are struggling with sort of how to report services. So we have specific MIS data elements that we've told colleges they should use to report services for their students. They're the SSSP non-credit student services data elements, and there's 5 of them that we recommend you use, and we can share those out. Like they're on the list of data elements that we want you to pay attention to. This is sort of the students improving their educational functioning level, and then you can look at detailed data for here. And once again, we have very little time, so I'm actually going to then pop back home. And Veronica, why don't we take, and once again, I'm gonna apologize very quickly. So it's like, this is just barely getting into this, and as much as anything, because I haven't done the newbie presentation in a while, what I wanted to be sure is we covered the background of the data sources, the data reporting, the fact that there's calculations that build this, so you would understand kind of what you need to be thinking about related to your own data reporting and collection. And we are happy to come out, once again, to spend time with you or to answer questions or to get me or Jessica or some combination of Jessica, Blair, and I on the phone to kind of talk through some of these things with you related to your own local context and situation. All right, Veronica?
No questions at this time.
well, it means everyone's either completely overwhelmed, which I would say is more likely the case, or I'm just even smarter than I thought I was, which is definitely not the case. So let me, I'm actually going to then pivot out of this share and go back to the deck very quickly. I'm going to talk about some of what's happening this year, particularly in our scope of work. And once again, we want you to use our team. No question is too annoying. No concern is too small. Blair wants to throw something in my head right now. So here, like under professional development, we have some things we really want to focus on this year. We want to focus on talking to more consortia about how to use the data for program improvement and planning, particularly if you're beginning to think about getting ready for your 3-year plan this year. We've actually thought about working with the CAEP office to develop some revised economic demographic data for the regions to help inform that, because we know that so much has changed so rapidly in just the last 6 months. The other thing is we would like to do something with some of the colleges. We're calling it non-credit code alignment. So as we have pulled I can pull the non-credit codes for your courses and look at them, and I can tell you where they're causing the data to be very wrong. Like an example is we have a lot of non-credit math and English courses that are not coded for CB21 because of the top codes they're using. And so there's no way for us to show an EFL attainment for those courses. It also limits the amount of research we can do around math and English in non-credit and related to guided pathways or AB 705. We could pull those and actually sit with your institution or your colleges as a group to actually do some discussion about ways you might want to look at revising codes for your courses to make your data more accurate. Third, we really want to do something around basic skills. We created these, so Kathy and I personally led the revision process for CB21 to align it to the National Reporting System EFL levels. Adult educators were part of that discussion, and non-credit and credit faculty. What we'd like to do now is take them in the field and actually work with groups of faculty to have them bring their course outlines in and say, hey, how are we coding this course? Where does it align to the similar course at the adult school? To begin talking about transition models around basic skills. How can you really improve the trajectory of student from this ABE English class eventually to be able to do English comp, if that's a possibility? And identifying where in the student journey, like they get to a certain EFL level, where do we start talking about college? And really using the data sets we built, or at least the rubrics we've created to do that. And then I didn't get to talk about the CTE. It's a mapping tool. It's an adult education to career mapping tool that compares adult education courses offered in a region to community college non-credit and credit pathways and jobs in every region. And we have the raw data sets available for local analysis. We're going to be doing a professional development session at Central Coast in November that we're very excited about. We're going to do some pre-analysis of the data and have their consortia then have pathway conversations. Where do we have places we should be building pathways that we haven't? Because here's courses or a certificate at the adult school that clearly could lead to these 3 certificates at the college that would result in earnings. And how do we build an advising structure to actually accommodate that? All right. So that is all I have. Unless something else has come in, Veronica?
We have one. Rick said that he would love to participate in that type of conversation if you are looking for volunteers.
We are definitely looking for volunteers. And so our emails are on the team page. And also, if you want to request, West Ed to actually do some work with your consortium, you can always do that through the TAP as well, right, Veronica?
Yes.
So if they don't have our emails, you can always make a request through TAP.
Yes, and then Blair had responded that she made notes and will reach out to Rick as well.
Great, thank you, Blair.
All right, and I am not seeing any more questions at this time.
Well, I just want to thank everyone for your patience. On our team, we say that we have different varieties of presentations, and one is just the brain dump, because you need to get the information out. And this was definitely a little bit of that. And so I hope it was not too dizzying, and would invite you reaching out with any questions or concerns, or for, we're happy to kind of have a longer conversation with you.
Great. Thank you, Randy. And thank you, Blair, as well, for today's presentation and information, as well as Jessica. She's been helping us, especially with the Commons data elements. So thank you all very much for your presentation. And thank you to all of our morning presenters. So thank you to Dr. Carolyn Zachary, Javier Romero, Neil Kelly, Renee Collins, for all of your presentations. So now at this time, traditionally, if we were in person, we would be grabbing some delicious lunch and, commingling with each other around a table setting and discussing an activity or whatever the case may be. But this year, since we are virtual, we're going to do something similar, but a little bit different, because we'll be in breakout rooms, but you can still eat your lunch, etc., in the breakout rooms while you're participating and engaging in the activity. But first, before we do so, we'll definitely let you all go for a break. So we have designated between now and 12:25 as your break for yourself. So grab food, take a break, and then at 12:25, if you can come back in here and I'll go over our lunchtime activity. Again, this is an activity designed for you all to meet one another if you do not know one another, and then also to be able to engage in an activity that's around us, CAP TAP, learning about what you think of some ideas we have for professional learning activities, but then also to address how we can support you. And this information will be shared with our other partners as well as we're going into the next program years, or gearing up for the 3-year planning cycle, just for us to gather some information. So definitely come back. Again, this is an opportunity for you all and not us, so we will not be presenting or anything like that. It will just be a conversation amongst the groups in the breakout room. So thank you all very much for engaging with us up until this point. We will let you all go, and we will return here at 12:25 so that we can participate in a group activity at that time through 1 o'clock, and then we'll have Jay, who is our last presenter from CASAS. He'll do the last presentation. So thank you all, and we will see you soon. All right, so it looks like everyone is now back into the main room. So thank you all very much for participating in that activity. I hope it was helpful for everyone. I know I didn't mention this before, but we definitely like to know, what you all discussed. So we have just a couple of minutes where we can talk about what you all discussed. So not to put anyone on the spot, but if anyone would like to unmute themselves and just let us know what your group discussed, that would be great. And only if you want to.
Hi, Veronica. This is Will from Tustin Adult School. Is it okay if I share?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Will.
Our team had sort of decided there would be a sort of a spokesperson. So we were group number 3. The question of how would we, what professional leadership-based PD topics would assist us in maximizing our effectiveness as a new administrator. We talked about right now being new, the need for training on the report focus, okay, and especially like NOVA and training. Like, we know these deadlines are coming up the next week, the 30th, for the budget work plan, all those pieces, and we'd like some training on that. And some of us in the group shared, well, oh, there were office hours that had that focus too. So then it came up of maybe just some clarity on the office hours instead of just naming it office hours or office hours focused on this, so that okay, it could help us, because there is a lot of new information that's coming in. So that was just one of our conversation pieces of just trying to understand how to navigate those reports and the needed reports. Another example was the idea of a wizard that I know JL talked about, most probably with CASAS, but understanding what that really means. So that's where that came out. And then the second question for us was, what's that area of focus? And it really was more about the, sometimes in the roles that we take in adult ed world, you're very limited to yourself. And if you're in a K-12 district, or even I think at a community college, it's that non-credit sometimes that comes into it. So being able to network out and hear from others on what some great practices that are going on, and even tidbits, here's some information to help us maximize that success of the school. One example was the validation of we ordered all these Chromebooks, but we're on a back order for 3 months. So how are other people meeting those needs with that kind of situation as well, or understanding it? So that's what our conversation was focused on. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Will, for sharing that. That was a lot of insight, definitely, especially around the office hours and clarifying that, because we want them to be useful, but we also want people to know the intent. And if you, for example, can't participate or, look at the recording at another time, you'll know exactly what was discussed at that office hour. So yeah, definitely thank you for that.
Sorry, and just one more clarity. I didn't add, somebody brought up, the sharing of best practices. They went to some of the network meetings that were going on outside of their region or county area. So they got to hear the others, which was a great thing too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. And one more person, if you'd like to share what your group discussed. I see Ilsa, she posted in the chat about what your group discussed, and that definitely brings me to a point. I apologize. The Google Sheet was originally not open for everyone to edit, but I quickly changed it. But thank you for letting us know what you all discussed. Definitely appreciate that.
Veronica,
Go ahead.
Group number 9, and our group talked about having professional learning communities where other consortia could be matched with within the region, similar to ours, so that we could talk about those challenges that are unique to our consortia. We talked about, since the state is encouraging CTE and workforce development, we'd like to know what other consortia are doing. For example, if one consortia is focusing on health programs, then we'd like to be able to share, be able to review that curricula, figure out what did they do, talk to them about their program, and then how we can replicate that program. Is it successful? We also talked about, at the very last minute, we talked about how can we position ourselves to be able to take advantage of the strong workforce funds that come to K-12 and to the college, or how could we position ourselves to receive grant funding? We love those CTE programs, but they often cost money, and because we don't offer financial aid if we're an adult school, how do we help offset the cost to the student or to those who are re-entering the workforce? So grant funding could definitely be that position, but how could we have some training around that particular area?
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing that, Corinne. Definitely appreciate that. And this information, we'll go through what was shared in the Google Sheet as well as in the chat, and we'll compile that information and definitely share it with the CAEP office as well, so that they have access to what you all are discussing and what your wants and needs are. So thank you both. Thank you, Corinne, as well as Will, for sharing. And now, and thank you all for participating in that activity. And now I will turn it over to Jay, who was here to talk about CAEP accountability basics. Jay?
Yeah, hi everybody. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I've got it set here. Thank you. I've got it set here to the cover slide. I've kind of eyeballed the list. Pretty familiar looking list overall. So a few of you, I'll just give fair warning. I know some of you have been coming into the workshops we've done the last couple weeks. There's one I did just last Tuesday. The one that I'm doing today does look a bit like the one I did not last Tuesday, but it is a little bit like the one I did on the 15th. That is, on the 15th, we did a basics level accountability. Then last Tuesday, the 22nd, we did more of an advanced level accountability. So it's not slide by slide the same, but a lot of what I'm doing here this afternoon is very similar to what I did in the basics version of CAEP accountability on Tuesday, September 15th. Just a warning, usually people like getting this multiple times before you get it, but just a warning, this is going to be similar, and I know a few of you were in that session. So here's the agenda. We obviously can't really tackle anything without at least starting a little bit with COVID-19. We'll give a programs overview. That was the big piece for why we did basics accountability. We did an accountability in early August. We did the roadshow last year. We had kind of gotten away from some of the super basic concepts of what are the basic outcomes and what are the basic programs in CAEP. So we will do that this afternoon as well. We won't spend a lot of time on it, but we'll show how it relies to WIOA. Veronica asked me when I came in a few minutes ago about the bubble boy slides. I guess that came up when Randy spoke. So that's kind of what we're talking about. We've got a lot of outcomes in TOPS Enterprise. They were developed specifically because the feds specified them as official outcomes for WIOA reporting. So the word I've been using for several years now is retrofit. Is back about 2017, we retrofitted a lot of those WIOA 2 outcomes to fit our own purposes in CAEP. So we'll talk a little bit about the outcomes overall and a little bit about how they fit in with some of the federal priorities. We'll give a basic definition of all the outcomes and services. That's kind of a basic level thing that we've gotten away from a little bit. So we will, get into it a little bit here, and then we'll hit up on some of the TE reports. It's a basic session. We only have an hour or two, so we're not going to go deep in the reports, but I will identify a couple that are important to know about and, hit up some of the highlights. And then hopefully we'll have time for Q&A here at the end. That'll be where the time I think will be best used probably. Okay, so just a little bit on COVID-19. That's not what I want to talk about. I'm not going to dig into too much remote testing or distance learning. That's for all the other workshops we're doing. But I always feel like you've got to at least point out that it's happening. So here's that OTAN website. I think there's a CAEP equivalent as well. There's also been some memos at the federal level, the most recent of which continues to be one that was submitted or sent out at the end of May. Basically what it's saying is it's allowing for self-reported placement, but still requiring pre and post testing for measurable skill gains. That's kind of a holding pattern we've been in and probably will stay in. So a lot of questions have come up for WIOA 2 and CAEP on whether you are or are not supposed to test. The short answer is yes, testing is still required, though they have kind of bent the rules a little bit in terms of when you're required to get it done. Normally the rules at the federal level are pretty clear. You should pre-test upon enrollment. So not only are there requirements for testing, but you should do it right away. So they haven't really budged on the testing requirement, but they have budged on the need to do it right away. They understand it's going to be pretty close to impossible to do that. So they allow you to use self-reported placement to get the person in. You don't need to do a standard pre-test. I bring this up just because there's a lot of, here's the summary. Sorry, I had a second slide here. So again, you can self-report into one of those levels, but you still need the pre and post if you want to get that measurable skill gain. That's for federal reporting. This is not necessarily a CAEP rule, but we are aligned to WIOA, so we still pay attention to what the feds do or do not require. So it is a little bit of a holding pattern. I bring all this up because the overriding issue of what do we have to do under COVID versus what do we not have to do, is that exceedingly clear or not so much? Well, of course, I'm going to say not so much. This is basically the most clarity I can provide on that overriding issue, though, is again, I think this federal memo from late May stands as still kind of the most current, most decisive piece. The other thing is I talk about testing requirements, enrollment requirements, hours between tests, all kinds of stuff in this accountability presentation that beg to be kind of questioned given, hey, we're in COVID-19. How on earth are we going to get 40 hours or 70 hours between tests for all our students? That seems ridiculous. So I'm just kind of using this to admit that some of these are going to be impossible, but I'm not going to explain it out with every slide, that sometimes it may not be realistic. I'm just going to cover myself in blanket fashion to say lots of these issues are touched by COVID-19. So everybody continue to hear me. Sorry, I babbled probably way too long about that qualifying information, but I'll kind of sanity check, audio check, because I had problems a few days ago with audio check. So I'll kind of sanity check and audio check all in one. NRS refers mostly to Octave or Title II. Now, that's a little bit fuzzier question than it used to be, because so you're asking, so I'm going to give away TMI answer. There is a new requirement we now have on WIOA called the Statewide Performance Report, or SPR. So it's not really a requirement to NRS, but it is a requirement to Octave and DOL, where we combine all of the all 4 WIOA reports into one kind of summary table that has some, pre-post and GD type outcomes from Title II and workforce outcomes from Title I and so on. So there is kind of an effort to roll it all together into that statewide performance report. But I'd say NRS-wise, it's still just Title II, and we don't really roll it up past the statewide Title II level. Like, for example, when you submit data to CASAS for WIOA and CAEP, we roll it up, as you say, into one statewide database. For WIOA, we do that so we can submit to the NRS and feds. For CAEP, we do that so we can submit to the legislature. We don't really roll up with TE in Title I or Title IV. We kind of keep it separate from that point of view, if that's what you're asking. Good question. Hopefully there's an, okay, thank you. All right, we'll use that to move on. So here are our 5 basic programs. We kind of put the 3 at the top because we kind of see ABE, ESL, and CTE as the core programs. There's extra things that kind of go underneath these top 3, but I'll point out we also do have adults with disabilities and parents serving K-12 success. Those still are 2 of the 5 core programs we have in CAEP. So we pointed out as 5 core programs. We had 7 for a few years. Since the beginning of last year, for official state reporting, we now have 5 programs that we report. These are the 3 primary, again, ABE, ESL, and Career Tech Ed. I bring this up because for a lot of you, again, we're treating you like you're all new, even though I know some of you aren't. But if you're new, sometimes the way we do these programs can be confusing because the way CAEP does it, in some cases isn't really like the way the rest of the world does it. So for ABE is a good example. CAEP considers ABE and ASE as one uniform program. The rest of the world, of course, doesn't. Most of the rest of the world considers ABE, HSE, and high school diploma 3 separate programs, not just one. But I'll just say for CAEP purposes, we roll all 3 of those into ABE. They're all in one category. ESL, of course, is its own category as well. And then over there on the CTE side, we have several categories. We have 4 different categories. We have CTE, short-term CTE, pre-apprenticeship, and workforce prep. This was actually a big change last year. Pre-apprenticeship and workforce prep used to be their own independent programs. About a year ago, it was decided at the state level that they fit in a lot with CTE. So we have CTE as kind of an umbrella program that covers all 4 of these different activities. Okay, here's ABE again, basic skills, reading and math, your high school equivalency, which is high set and GD. If you have adult high school, that's all considered the ABE, ASE program for CAEP purposes. ESL, not much to talk about other than the ESL is its own program. If you're doing EL Civics, which is more WIOA related, you would roll all of that into ESL. And then Career Tech Ed, again, those 2 highlighted programs at the bottom used to be standalone programs, but now they're folded in under the CTE umbrella, which also includes long-term and short-term CTE. So this is what I just talked about. These were big changes last year. So if you're new, I would say don't worry about the fact that we made a bunch of changes a year ago. If you've been in it a while, you might remember this from a year ago. We folded in pre-apprenticeship. Pre-apprenticeship still is a big priority at the state level, but quite frankly is there's a very small number statewide who are in pre-apprenticeship. So it was thought it would fit better in with CTE. And then we had a program called Reentry that we used to relate to individuals 55 years or up. We used to relate it to specific barriers to employment categories. Last year, we stopped doing both of those things and renamed it Workforce Preparation. Okay, so I'll stop for a minute, sanity check, a little bit of a transition. I'm talking about a million things at once, so quick sanity check. Everybody hanging in there, hearing me okay. Sorry, I'm going to do that a lot because I can't really see anybody here. So sanity check from anybody to say, hey, things are just hunky-dory. Okay, thank you, Pauline. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to run down a few of these definitions. So I'll start with some of these under career tech ed because that's where I left off. Okay, good. Thank you, Kathy. So workforce preparation. So it's the program providing short-term workforce skills. It can include specific age groups and it can include specific barriers, but it's no longer required to do so. So workforce prep is considered more short-term in nature, and it's also considered generic in nature in that in workforce prep, you're teaching general all-purpose workforce skills rather than occupation-specific skills. In CTE, you're focusing on an occupation, nursing, HVAC, welding, etc. Workforce preparation is more generic, job interview skills, workplace safety skills, not necessarily applying to a specific occupation. The other thing is everybody wants a very specific number. I don't really have a specific number that I can give you, but I'll just say in general, without giving you a specific cutoff number, workforce preparation classes tend to be short-term in nature. CTE programs and classes tend to be long-term in nature. So again, workforce preparation, a way to provide general all-purpose workplace skills without having to get into that CTE track and focus on a particular occupation. Okay, so again, we're providing short-term workforce skills. Again, it can include individuals with barriers, but it doesn't have to be. It can be any kind of barrier. Making a long story short, so I will get into a little history here, is we used workforce preparation up until a year ago was called workforce reentry. It had the name of workforce reentry because when it was originally developed about 5 years ago, it was developed as kind of a compromise with older adults. Making another really long story short is when we were in AB 86 5 years ago, we had 5 programs. It did not include older adults. The long story short is a lot of older adult advocates were very upset that it didn't. So there were a lot of hearings where a lot of advocates let the legislature hear it about not including older adults. The legislature said, okay, we hear you, but it kind of went out of its way to not allow older adults in the old school model, but it did allow for adults 55 years of or older entering the workforce. So it wanted to address the concerns by having something for older adults populations, but it wanted a workforce angle. After it kind of got, circulated to the field for a couple years, the field liked it, but a lot of people noted, hey, this is a really good program, but it should be available for everybody, not just people 55 years or up. So a year ago, the state, you might say the state said, we hear you, we hear you. We won't link it to barriers to employment anymore. We won't link it to 55 years or up anymore. We'll just call it workforce prep and have it be short-term workforce classes for all students, not just specific categories. So hopefully that makes sense, but that's the history there. Pre-apprenticeship is the other one under CTE. Again, this was an official CAEP program. It was made its own program because I've got to say early on, this was a super high state level priority. I would say it still is, but now that we've been underway for a few years, everybody kind of agrees it's easier said than done to get these programs off the ground. So here's the list of what it covers. It should be based on, individual, occupation standards. The key thing is the top and bottom bullet is that in order for pre-apprenticeship to exist, period, you've got to have that articulation with an actual apprenticeship. That's what the big reason why it's so hard to get pre-apprenticeship off the ground. My unsolicited advice with pre-apprenticeship, just hearing about some that have really worked out well and others that haven't, is that 100% of the time I've heard about consortia getting a good pre-apprenticeship program off the ground is they worked with their local union. In almost all cases, when you worked with the local union, you got something going and you got a lot of students placed, and those consortia are generally really happy with their pre-apprenticeship programs. The ones that didn't involve the union generally are still going in circles, still trying to figure out how to get approval. So my oversimplified shortcut answer here is, if you want to do pre-apprenticeship, get acquainted with your local unions, get a meeting with your unions, and you know, they can usually help you. And I gotta say, in a lot of occupations, if you go to them, they're kind of psyched to hear from you, because they really want to call the shots. If you don't let them call the shots, they'll kind of balk. But if you go there to say, yeah, we've got good teachers and good training, we can really make this work, they're usually kind of relieved, because they want to be setting the standards, but they're really not teachers. So if you're a college or adult school that has good teaching and all that, which of course you do, it's kind of a match made in heaven from their point of view, from what I've heard from a lot of people. Unsolicited advice, but there's pre-apprenticeship. So here's that same slide. Again, those two programs I just described, folded under CTE. You know, so this is my little cheat sheet, probably TMI, but CTE long-term and focuses on an occupation, again, on HVAC, welding, nursing, etc. Short-term is also occupation specific, but something more short-term, you know, like maybe a forklift driver or something like that, where it's very specific to an occupation, but it probably doesn't take a whole semester to do. Then pre-apprenticeship is just like CTE, but a different model. Workforce prep is short-term and does not focus on an occupation. If you have trouble keeping track of it, there's a little cheat sheet. So moving on to the programs, adults with disabilities. We haven't been talking about that until recently. You know, we talked about it a lot and then we put it on hold. So this is one that's come up again as a big question. So this represents what I perceive to be the big two issues with adults with disabilities. The first one is, we have adults with disabilities as one of the 5 CAEP programs. If you're marking adults with disabilities as an instructional program, generally speaking, we're talking about classes and programs that serve adults with intellectual or developmental disabilities. So that's what we mean when we use the term adults with disabilities. We're not talking about special accommodations you're making for individuals with learning disabilities or physical disabilities. If you're talking about those types of disabilities, yes, it's important to serve them and provide extra accommodations. Yes, it's important to mark them as disabled, but that would be a situation where they would not be in a separate instructional program. Ideally, they're going to be in ABE classes and ESL classes, just like other students are. So if they've got a physical disability, they use a wheelchair, they have a hearing impairment or whatever, or they have a list or a learning disability, generally they would be in the same classes as everybody else, but you would mark disabled and barriers to employment. There's also a couple things you can mark in special programs. One is called special needs. There's another one that's escaping me now, but there's a couple things you can mark if you want to denote the fact that the individual has a disability. But again, adults with disabilities is for developmental disabilities. Other disabilities participate in the regular programs, but might be in a special barriers or special program. If you are serving adults with disabilities, and it has been a little bit on the rise the last few years after being dormant for a long time, we do have some assessment materials at CASAS. One is called Power, one is called 2A to 5A. If you're interested, let me know. There have been some new people interested in this. I don't have anything scheduled specifically now, but we can try to get something going. We actually had some things scheduled in March that got wiped out and we haven't really gotten back to it. But if you need help with adults with disabilities, let me know. We can try to set something up. If you've got, again, learning disabilities or physical disability students, generally they should be using the same CASAS tests as everybody else, albeit you might need to provide extra testing accommodations to support them in completing the test. Okay, parents supporting students with K-12 success. This is kind of the last frontier, I've got to admit. A lot of those other programs we were hemming and hawing about a few years ago, we're starting to get a much better explanation down for things like workforce prep and pre-apprenticeship, for example. Got to admit, this parent supporting K-12 success, still a little nebulous. It was put in place by the legislature kind of to supplant parenting, but sort of like workforce reentry, where they didn't want to explicitly make parenting one of the official programs. They wanted a variation on it. So in this case, they said supporting K-12 success. But if you have those kind of programs that are working on parenting like programs or family lit like programs, I think that's the most common way you've been reporting this out, is if you've got a lot of family lit or parenting, there's been a lot of creative ways of showing that as parents supporting K-12 success. I say all the things with this one, admitting though that I really feel like this is the last frontier. We really haven't come up with an official document or a definition for this one yet, in my opinion. Okay, and then here's barriers to employment. So this is not an official program, but I'm presenting it with programs because it relates to our programs a good bit. Again, you want to record barriers at intake. As a reminder, I think everybody's doing that. Sorry, I'll back up because I'm talking too fast here. Does everybody understand what I'm referring to when I mention barriers to employment, yes or no? Okay, thank you, Jenna. Okay, I guess this being Quizmaster. Okay, thank you, there we go, all right. So good, you all know what it is, everybody's doing it. So what I'll just point out is we related it again to workforce reentry in the past. That's the bottom bullet. It's no longer tied to any particular CAEP program. At the same time, though, it is tied to ABE and ESL. That is, those who have the those that have a barrier of English literacy will automatically be considered, or ESL will automatically be considered English literacy. All ABE, ASE will be considered low literacy. You can see the arrows there on your, you can see the arrows on your slide here that shows how that relates. I brought this up in recent trainings that it's not really a mechanical issue. So if you mark ABE, there's nothing mechanically in your TE database that's going to mark it, but I nonetheless continue to say it's automated because we will at the back end automatically consider this when we report CAEP data to the legislature, when we report WIOA 2 data to the feds. That's why we say it's automatic. Okay. That's a really good question. I think that's probably a better Neil, Carolyn, or Javier question. I would say no, just because they're specifying K-12 success. So, but I would guess that most programs are probably doing exactly what you're describing. So that's a reason why I'm kind of ducking your question. Well, the short answer is testing isn't required for K-12 success. The testing is only required for ABE, ASE, and ESL. That is for CAEP. There is testing that's required, but CAEP only requires CASAS testing for those programs that are WIOA 2 programs. That is, again, ABE, ASE, and ESL. So the official answer to your question is there's nothing like that because it's not required. If you want to test K-12 success students, I would say all the power to you. That's great, but again, it's not required. I would say you could do reading and math and treat them like they're ABE. If you're finding that it's a lot of ESL population type parents that are in these programs, by all means, you could do reading and listening and kind of treat them like ESL. But again, it's not required. Well, WIOA doesn't have K-12 success. K-12 success is a program under CAEP, but there is no program like that under WIOA. So that's also why I say, so yeah, there's no payment points for it because it's not included under WIOA 2. So I'll just back up and reiterate for WIOA 2, and I didn't talk about this because this training is for CAEP, but for WIOA 2, we're only looking at ESL, ABE, and ASE. By ASE, just to be exceedingly clear, ASE stands for Adult Secondary Education. Adult secondary education includes high school diploma and high school equivalency. So again, K-12 success, not in WIOA, adults with disabilities, not within WIOA, and all those CTE programs also not within WIOA. So hopefully that makes sense. So again, I'd suggest if you're liking the idea of testing them, you're certainly not going to have the CASAS guide discourage you from that if you like doing that and that's helping your programs. But I will reiterate that if you are doing so, you're doing so optionally, not to meet any specific requirement. So I'm pausing. Okay, so barriers. It's pointing to cultural barriers, English language learner, and low-level literacy. So low-level literacy is ABE, ASE, English language learner is ESL, and all of them are technically considered cultural barriers. So those are the three. So I fuss about this. Again, it's an under-the-hood mechanical thing, but I've been talking about this one for a year or two now. I probably misled a lot of you into thinking there was some special magic wand that automatically bubbled the bubble, which there isn't. We still say it's automated because we will automatically report them, but it won't necessarily be anything that changes your agency data in TE. Okay, sorry if that was too much. Okay, so AB 104, this is going back a little bit, but back in about 2015, 2016, the legislature passed AB 104, which was specific legislature to spell out the areas in which we're required to report in California adult ed. So you can see the 6 areas to the right of that double arrow. I used this slide just to show that, yes, they have the list. I always like to say it's a not so coincidentally sort of list, where over to the left, I'm showing what the feds have in the WIOA land, where the feds have 2 categories. One they like to call performance indicators. Another the feds call measurable skill gains. So employment and wages are 2 examples of performance indicators at the federal level. You can see there's the 5 measurable skill gains. So I like to say, not so coincidentally, the 6 areas of AB 104 are very suspiciously similar to the federal performance indicators and measurable skill gains. I say not so coincidentally to say the legislature did this on purpose because the legislature really wanted California adult education to collect outcomes that related to that federal system. They wanted something that related to WIOA. They wanted to be sure that if they're putting all this money into adult ed, that we're aligned to the federal system and collecting the same things the feds are already asking for. And I would say for all the obvious reasons, they want to make sure this is making our state look better when it comes to federal reporting and all that as well. So all of the things we're required to report are pretty much begged, borrowed, and stolen from the federal system. It's not necessarily blow by blow in the same category, but it definitely is adopted that way from the slide. Whoops. Okay. Okay, sorry, my arrows were just getting stick. So here are again those 6 arrows. This slide, my guess is a lot of you. So, well, actually, no, this is WIOA wide, actually, where the indicators and measurable skill gains are both. So I wasn't going to get to this level of detail, but when we talked about this 3 levels or 3 years ago, we did. So performance indicators, to be clear, are for all of WIOA. I don't have that slide anymore. You can email me if you want me to send some of those slides from a few years ago. But performance indicators or employment and wages, getting into way too much obnoxious WIOA detail. It's actually employment and wages 2 quarters after exit and 4 quarters after exit to match all that follow-up we do in Title II and in Title I. It's also post-secondary. It's also serving employers, and I'm forgetting the last one, but it's that sort of stuff that applies to everything. And then so the indicators are intended to be, they call them performance indicators because they're outcomes you can get through data match. The performance indicators, you might say, are all kind of what I call final prize sort of outcomes. That is things like getting a job, getting a pay raise, entering college, entering workforce training. That is things that you can measure by just kind of looking it up and seeing whether the student achieved it, yes or no. What I'll say is when all this started 20, 25 years ago, that's kind of how we looked at this, as we looked at it in terms of what the feds would now call performance indicators, where the idea was, yeah, we need to incorporate a little more accountability to this so we can verify that our students are achieving all these wonderful things that we're saying that they're achieving and they're supposed to be achieving. So 25 years ago when it started, we did this by looking at what again are now called performance indicators. How many students got jobs? How many students increased wages? How many students entered college? I think the synopsis would be, when we did that, everybody agreed that they were wonderful outcomes. Nobody would pick any bones with us to say, gee, is get a job a good outcome? Everybody agrees it's a good outcome. Same for enter college, same for getting an occupational license or whatever. But everybody agreed it was kind of limiting to our students because we knew we had lots and lots and lots of students that were doing wonderful things that were not really being counted in these outcomes counts. That is, if we just rely on those that get a job or just those that complete their diploma, we're giving good outcomes, but we know we're excluded. So that's where these measurable skill gains came in, where the obvious one, hey, you're listening to the CASAS guy. So I'd say the obvious one is pre and post testing, where you might say, hey, they don't have a job yet. They didn't get their GED yet, but they're still doing a bang up job in their ABE or ESL program. We know that because they've made a good gain between their pre-test and their post-test. There's also some in Title I, just to get back to your question, the feds call it training milestone and skills progression, that are kind of the same within program context, where we're looking for students to make gains in Title I programs, even though they haven't finished those. So sorry, I gave you way more than you bargained for, but I'll just stop and give this a mercy killing and hope that that helps somehow. Sorry if I went way too long. Okay, so here are these 6 areas. Again, the 6 areas of AB 104. Again, why? Because the legislature said so. So these are the 6 categories. And I think this lists all of the outcomes that are presently in the CAEP system. Again, I'll use that word retrofit again, as a few years ago we looked at all the outcomes that we agreed are outcomes we're tracking in adult ed, and we aligned them all to one of those 6 AB 104 categories. Okay, the first one is called literacy gains. So back to your question, Kirsten, good question for a lot of these slides actually, is we call it literacy gains, which is just our spin on that term the feds would call measurable skill gains, where again, there's pre and post testing right there at the top. That's one of them. We have one called Carnegie units, which to your question is another Title II measurable skill gain, where you're measuring student progress that maybe didn't finish up, but you're measuring it based on high school credits rather than standardized testing. There's an outcome on the college side, CDCP certificate for courses. And then that occupational skills gain and workforce prep milestone. That's why I think your question is such a good question, is those relate to these bottom 2 on this slide, number 4 and 5, where we basically looked at these Title I federal level measurable skill gains, and we fit them into what we call literacy gains, where it's basically using the literacy gain concept. That is, we're looking at some way to measure progress while the student is still within program and hasn't really completed anything yet, sort of like what we do with pre and post testing. But again, we know that pre and post testing isn't really the way to measure progress for those workforce related students. So we have a couple outcomes we've sort of carved out to try to measure progress for them. Okay, here's the one for high school credits, where we're just saying the student starts at the 9th or 10th grade level and advances to the 11th or 12th grade level in a year. Here's kind of the annoying TE screenshot, because it is a workaround. There is a way to mark credits in TE, but that's not the way we mark this particular outcome for CAEP and WIOA reporting purposes. This screenshot shows how to go to the TE student record. It's record student records. You can see that on the slide. So you create a record and mark them ASE low when they enroll. Sometime later, when they get to the 11th or 12th grade level, you'll go back and create a new record for ASE high. Way TMI for new folks here, but every district has a slightly different way of accounting for credits. So the way we mark it admittedly is confusing, and we really haven't figured out a better way to mark this that still kind of gets around the fact that everybody handles credits differently. Okay, here are those CTE related outcomes. Again, we have one that we've been calling occupational skills gain and another that we've been calling workforce prep outcome. Again, they both are literacy gains or measurable skill gains. They're both things that we're looking to try to carve out and show that students are still doing a great job. The big thing that's come up, you know, and it continues to be a big problem here 3 years later, is everybody kind of understands that, but everybody has a devil of a time really distinguishing between the two. So to be clear, there's no real data police out there that are going to tell you our way or the highway. So if you're mixing it up, I've got to say probably a small problem, not a big one. But just to provide the clarity, if you're marking occupational skills gain, that suggests partial accomplishment of a longer term program. If you're marking workforce prep outcome, that suggests full completion of a shorter term program. So occupational skills gain, the example I'm giving you is welding. I'm just making it up, but we'll just say it's 5 modules. We'll just say 5 semesters long. So the student enrolls in welding and completes the first semester, does a great job, passes some sort of written test, and that suggests they're ready to move out of module 1 and move into module 2. That would be a great example where they partially completed something long-term. That would be an example of occupational skills gain. Workforce prep outcome, the example we're giving is a 15-hour course on job search strategies. Again, that's short. They finished it up. You have some way to document that they're done. That quite frankly is great. They're still alive at the end of the 15 hours. That would be a scenario where you could potentially mark workforce prep outcome. So again, occupational skills gain, they're partially through a long-term program. Workforce prep outcome, they're all the way through something short. Okay, next one talks about post-secondary. Again, that's one of those 6 categories under AB 104. The short answer is we're suggesting that a post-secondary outcome is for, you know, kind of that is kind of a final prize sort of outcome. That is, the student did get into college, they did get the diploma, they did get the degree, they did get the official license or whatever. Whereas those 2 that we're calling literacy gains are more things we're carving out while they're still in program. So the term I've been using is, when do these CTE occupational outcomes rise to the level of post-secondary rather than just being a measurable skill gain? So looking over to the right, we've got those 2 measurable skill gains we just explained on the previous slide. That is, one for partial completion of a longer term program, the second for full completion of a shorter term program. You might say it rises to the level of post-secondary when the student achieves full completion of that longer term program. So we'll go back to that welding example. You might mark occupational skills gained when they finish off that first module and move into module 2. In my example, once they finish that 5th and final module, that's when that outcome would rise to the level of post-secondary, and you could give them the post-secondary outcome of occupational licensure, occupational certificate, etc. Okay, so let's see here. I would say, yeah, for that. Okay, good question, Annabelle. I kind of glossed that over because I'm digging into all these crazy details. So, all right, you're keeping, Kirsten kept me on the first detail, so you're keeping me on the second. So I've got to back up here for that, though, I've got to say. So sorry about that. Okay, sorry, my arrows are a little, anyway. So here's the slide I want to show you. So this is what we made a big deal about a year ago, is we've had these 2 outcomes for 3 or 4 years. A year ago, what we said is we added that passage of an exam as part of both of these outcomes. That is, the conditions for the outcome are basically the same, but we suggest that the student pass an exam to get either outcome. So the exam can, to your question, the exam can be whatever you want in this purpose. For the pre-post, obviously, we're really sticklers. It's got to be standardized testing. It's got to be federally approved test. But for this passage of an exam requirement, it's way looser. Whatever it is that you do at your agency is fine. What we're saying, though, is we do require that something be put in place at your agency so they pass some kind of an exam. What that is up to you. Some, have what you're talking about where they just pass the course at the end. Some have a specific exam. Some people do things like CASAS testing. It doesn't have to be that, but it can be that. Some say, come on, that's silly. We don't want any course progression. We don't want any written test. It needs to be a skills check instead. If that's your line, that of course too is fine. But it can be whatever you want it to be. What you're doing, I think, for these particular outcomes is 100% A-OK, as long as you're doing something, and it sounds like you are. Okay, so back to this longer term. Okay, I'm talking about a million things at once, so I think probably a good time for a sanity check. Everybody's ready to pass the quiz right now, right? Sorry, seriously though, sanity check. I'm gonna be a little stubborn and let at least a few of you respond that you're still alive before I move on. Okay, thank you, Annabelle. Okay, you're moving on, thank you. Sorry, when you get into this nuttiness, and you ain't hearing nobody, it's always you're always gotta be a little bit worried. Okay, so moving on, I kind of hit literacy games. I went in the weeds with that one because literacy games obviously, is subject to a lot of questions. So the next one on the list is high school diploma in HSE. Note, a lot simpler issue. We're just looking at whenever the student completes the diploma, passes the GED, or passes high set. That's another official CAEP outcome. All 3 of these are in that secondary category. Okay, and then here's that post-secondary. So there's kind of 2. I do have a couple of these. So there's kind of 2 broad categories for post-secondary. There's a few of them that relate to entering college. There's a few of them that relate to entering the workforce or entering workforce training. They're all considered post-secondary. That, a lot of people say, what's that? Post-secondary is kind of a generic term at the federal level. That's kind of a convenient term to serve as an umbrella for both entering college and entering workforce training. The feds consider that kind of the same level from a education wheel-wide point of view. So post-secondary is a convenient way. Yeah, we can do that. I'll think about that. Maybe keep that in mind. Way TMI, but back around 2008, that's what we used to do. It kind of ran its course, but you're reminding me, I'll be sure to reference your suggestion when we start implementing these at the network meetings. Anyway, so to the slide, Another big issue that's the biggest issue I kind of think with post-secondary that's been an ongoing question is how do we know that it's really post-secondary? How do we know that it's, you know, a licensed occupation and not something less than that? It's a very thorny issue because there is no silver bullet answer that says if it's these programs, you're allowed. If it's these other programs, you're not allowed. There's not really a specific hours threshold. There's no data police entity that gives the rubber stamp. This is okay. This is not okay. It's an art, not a science. So here's a list of things that you might want to consider as ways to verify whether it's a post-secondary outcome or just something that's workforce prep or whatever. We've got what we call the eligible training provider list, or ETPL. This is what they're doing in Title I. So in the Title I land, they've got an official list that they've certified as the providers in your local region that are certified to provide occupational certifications and occupational licenses. So check with your WIOA 1 provider because they have the official list. That's one suggestion. Looking at it another way is if you have a program at your college or at your school that is either not certified or you're not sure whether it's certified, that is a process you might want to consider. Maybe you've got something in hospitality. That's what I'll use because I've seen that as a common example at a lot of different schools, is that with IET, with a lot of this CAEP money being infused in programs, hospitality is one that I've seen getting started in a lot of different agencies, a lot of different consortia. Hospitality is also one where your mileage really seems to vary in terms of what is or is not required for restaurants, hotels, whatever, to consider the individual hireable. So I'm using that as a really good example where it's probably not on that many official lists, but if you work with your local Title I to get it on the ETPL, that's something that's kind of easy to work out. If you're, you know, in an area like Monterey or Palm Springs or San Diego, where you get lots of tourists, you know, it will probably be pretty easy for you to work with your local Title I and put together a hospitality program because you're already in an area where tourism is a top priority. So you might want to work with that local provider to say, yeah, here's our restaurant services program, here's our hotel services program, here's what we, you know, make sure the students go through before we let them finish the program. They'll review the program. Ideally, they'll like it and they'll add it to their list. Once they add it to their list, that's a good way to know, hey, we're officially rising to the level of post-secondary. If they say they approve it and you agree and you've all agreed locally that this is a certification in your region, well, you can make it be so if you work with your Title I and get it on the list. So hopefully everybody understands that. I'll just say that's a good example too, Sean. My answer would be, is it on the ETPL? And I guess probably, which one is it? It's Celico. So probably where you are in Pico Rivera, I think Celico is your Title I where you are. I will say Celico does this a lot. So if you're working with Celico, probably you've got a good pipeline because I know Celico is one that does a lot of this sort of stuff. So has Celico approved it? Or is that what you've already answered yes to? Sorry, I didn't look. Oh, South Bay. Okay, fine. So that's fine too. But if you've done it, then the answer is yes. Just make sure that you've got the documentation or correspondence that shows how they approved it. But yeah, you're just providing a similar example. You're giving me a real life example, but sure, custodial is another good one. I haven't seen that all over, but it's another good one in the sense that unlike things like HVAC or welding or LVN, there's no like a state level body that kind of sanctions it. So it tends to be a little murkier. So yeah, the solution is work with your local Title I and get it on the list. So just some other ways to measure it. At the college side, there's that CDCP. So they have 48 hours. It's the only one that has hours. So a lot of times when people ask me for a number, 48 is the number I'll give, just because the college system is the only one I know that actually gives a number. Then if you're working with Perkins, their requirements are stricter than CAEP. So if it passes muster for Perkins, CAEP has already kind of decided, yeah, that's okay. If you're doing COE auditing for Pell Grant Title IV stuff, that's even stricter than Perkins. So if you're doing that, we've pretty much said, yeah, that's definitely A-okay as well. We're talking about this because a lot of you do stuff like CPR or OSHA. That's the sort of stuff that does not pass muster. If you're doing stuff like that, that's fantastic. It's a good thing to do, not a bad thing to do. However, those are definitely not post-secondary occupational licenses or certificates that you're getting. Those are workforce prep outcomes. Those are short-term. That's if you get OSHA, you're not really getting any kind of certification to do any particular occupation. So again, that's a work prep milestone, not a post-secondary outcome. Okay, moving on, transition. That's another one that gets a lot of questions. So here's the 3 official transition outcomes: transition to ASE, CTE, and college. ASE is under the hood. There's nothing you're bubbling or checking for that. It's automatic, but if you have students that start in either ABE or ESL and they finish the year in either HSE or high school diploma, technically that's a transition to ASE. It's all under the hood. There are things you bubble for transition to CTE or transition to college. There's the things you can mark for each of those different transitions. Here's the transition slide that we spend more time on. I think it's kind of the best way to understand it, where the starting point is going to be one of those blue boxes. The ending point is going to be one of those red boxes. So if the student starts in either K-12 adult ed, ABE, ASE, ESL, or non-credit community college, ABE, ASE, ESL, and transitions to either community college CTE or K-12 adult ed CTE, those are the 2 ways it's officially a transition to CTE. If they start at either one of those 2 start points and end up in 4 credit community college, that's the transition to college. We go out of our way to say that transition occurs only if it's a transition to 4 credit. If you go from adult ed to non-credit, we would say that's more like a lateral transition, not an actual transition. For it to count as a full transition, it should be into 4 credit community college. Okay, and then employment and wages. You're simply just marking, that in TE, you can self-report. Not a lot to really talk about in self-report. There's 3 different bubbles for employment. There's 2 different bubbles for wages. Bottom line is in WIOA land, when the student says, yippee, yippee, you got a job, you mark it, of course, but it doesn't really mean anything for federal reporting. For federal reporting, you've got to get the survey result, or you've got to get the survey result, or you need to have a data match. So you can kind of get those. So the self-report is no big deal, but just know for employment and wages at the state level, we're using your self-reported outcomes, and we're also using the data matching. So I'll just say, this is, don't worry about this graphic, but probably a little bit of an excuse to dust it off and use it again, is when you're looking at the state level, we would say we're using your self-reported data. That is what you're doing at the agency and consortium level, where you're bubbling all these bubbles and checking all these check boxes across the 6 different areas of AB 104. But you can see there's also data matching we're doing for jobs, for post-secondary, and for high school equivalency that also goes into our statewide reporting to the legislature. So here's a transition here. Any questions? Everybody hanging in there? I think that's about it for outcomes. We're doing okay for time if you're wondering. Okay, we're all right. So services. So we're also marking services. So in TE, here's the screenshot where you can mark services. We have 3 different categories in TE: supportive, training, and transition. As it is now, there's, another data police joke, or CAEP data police joke, you might say. We're really not policing which category you're putting it into. So if you're mixing it up, quite frankly, it's probably a small problem, not a big one, but most of you want to get it straight. So for the record, there are these 3 categories. Supportive, generally speaking, you can see that's the bottom of these 3. But the supportive services are usually the ones that focus on student individual needs, legal counseling, transportation services, childcare services, whatever. Training and transition services tend to focus more on the student's career pathways or whatever. So either way, those are the categories, just FYI. Long story short is you're not required to mark services, but we do strongly encourage you to mark them if you're doing counseling type things. We would say, yeah, that's not actual instruction, but it is something you're providing as an adult ed provider. It's definitely something, not nothing. So we're encouraging you to mark it to show, yes, these are some positive things we're contributing, and here's the areas where we're making said contributions. Okay, during COVID-19, we've had a lot of new things kind of come up with services. So we have been encouraging you a lot more to record these services a little bit, just because we know there's a lot of COVID-19 specific things, and we are trying to show that adult ed is responding to COVID-19. So here's some examples. Again, a lot of additional healthcare services you might need. You're not playing doctor, but you are referring them to places where they can get healthcare support. Extra financial counseling is another big one. Assisting with software applications, skill upgrades so they can work remotely. Some that are losing their jobs, so you've got to provide more job-seeking skills. These are just examples that we're hearing a lot about. So if you're doing that, we're really encouraging you with extra emphasis to try to mark those, because we know this is happening in a lot of agencies. This second slide is basically providing the exact same feedback, but it's giving you bullets that match what we have listed in TE. So you might say, you say tomato, I say tomato, where if it's easier to relate this to real life situations, use this slide. If it's easier to relate it to the exact names on the TE checkboxes, use this slide. And then here's just a summary of the 3 different services categories and some basic commonly used examples for all 3 categories. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. We're moving into the TE part. Again, what I would encourage you to do is one little question. I typed one earlier. It's kind of a distant memory now. I'll retype it when I get there in a minute. But one that I didn't type is, what sort of TE data dive issues are your top priority? I'm typing and writing at the same time here. And here, let me make sure it goes to all of you. So I'm typing it now. Hang on, sorry. Okay, there we go. It didn't collect. Anyway, so I typed that in. I'll just say not required, but I'm getting into some TE points now. I'm keeping the TE points very, very basic. I'm not digging in at all, but I just typed a chat question that if you have any priorities that you really want to be considered, we don't have anything officially scheduled right now, but we do know we need to schedule some more TE specific workshops related to CAEP reporting. There's a lot of things we can do. If there's anything specific you would say is the #1 priority, I'd really be interested in any feedback that would kind of help us prioritize what to offer. That said, we're keeping it basic here, but we are showing you the CAEP summary. Are you all basically familiar with the CAEP summary, yes or no? Okay, you're all okay, hopefully yes. But again, this is kind of what I'm using as the report that's kind of the hub of the CAEP universe. So I'll just, again, it's basically summarizing all of the different possible CAEP outcomes and all of the different CAEP services that your students achieve. So I've always been saying it's kind of 3 reports in one, as represented by those 3 columns in purple shading, high bar to the left, middle bar in the middle, low bar to the right, meaning we set the bar at 3 different levels on this report and what we require in order for the students to qualify for the report. So in the right-hand section, we set the bar very, very low. That's the section for individuals receiving short-term services. As long as the student has a unique TEID and an individually recorded service, you know, that's all you really need to qualify for that right-hand section. That's it. So we're really looking at services for that one. Once you get to the middle section, that bar gets raised a lot higher. For that, you do need all the required demographics. For that, you do need the 12 or more hours of instruction to qualify for outcomes. So there's the middle bar. And then we've got the higher bar for pre and post test outcomes over to the left. By and large, that bar we set in the left-hand section is similar to that CAEP outcomes bar in the middle section, but the difference is the left-hand section is monitoring those pre-post gains. That is the section that's monitoring our results related to pre and post testing. So obviously it requires pre and post testing. The middle section deals with all the outcomes outside of pre-post testing. So in that case, obviously it doesn't require pre-post for that. That's the difference between left and middle. So that's how we set up the CAEP summary. Is again, we like to call it 3 reports in 1. Okay, all right, so I see what you're saying. It sounds like you're kind of looking for something like the NRS ad hoc tables, but maybe for CAEP. So I'll just say I'm pretty sure Holly Veronica has the chat. So I'll just ask, I think you do it anyway, but you can just send me the chat and I'll try to keep some of these ideas for the future. Okay, here's the CAEP DIR, thank you. So anyway, here's the CAEP DIR. When I taught CAEP DIR, I talk mostly about the top section. So there is, you know, the main thing is the DIR has 27 different elements. It focuses on enrollment, it focuses on demographics, hours of instruction, pre and post testing, all the different areas that are important for your data integrity. It has 27 different areas and it gives you an item count and percentage for each area. So the items, you know, you can see a few of them, they're pretty self-explanatory. You just want to monitor how well you're doing. You want to make sure you've got complete data, that you're collecting demographics, that you're collecting hours, that you're testing everybody you need to test, and so on. What I focus on, though, seems a little innocuous, but I make a big deal about the top section because I continue to believe that if you can reconcile what's going on at the top of the report, it's pretty easy to figure out the items and figure out what's going on with item count and item percent. But if you don't know what's going on with all this gobbledygook up top here called summary information, it's pretty much impossible to make sense out of the report at all. So I'll sound like a broken record and say that what we're doing here is we're looking to try to keep one uniform denominator for all 27 items on the report. So we go through this process under summary information to come up with that one uniform number. So we start with that large net, same goofy analogy I've given forever, where you use that large net to just collect anybody who might conceivably have any connection to your CAEP data reporting. So as I'm fond of saying, we cast a large net, We don't care if we get a bunch of kelp and seaweed and rusty license plates. We're looking to get everything. And then once we get everything, that's what we get with that big number under students and services section. And then we eliminate those students who are not enrolled in one of those CAEP programs. Again, bad example because we're only weeding out 4. Usually it's a much bigger number, but we're weeding those out. As we're weeding them out of this top number, what TE does is it kind of stops to smell the coffee, points out if there's any that are getting eliminated that might have some valuable outcomes that we really want to keep. So you can drill down and kind of check and see what you might be losing and verify if there's anything you can do to avoid losing it. It will then come up with that sub number. We'll get rid of the concurrence and come up with that bottom line, students eligible for data integrity at the bottom. The significance for the report is that 1309 in this example is going to be the denominator 27 times over. So in item 1, that's 3 divided by 1309. Item 2 is 578 divided by 1309, and so on. We're dividing all these item counts by the same number to make sure there's meaning to all 27 of these percentages. Okay, I guess I'm going to leave that as a, are you asking about this, Will, related to DIR, or are you asking about something else? For now, I'm just going to leave that kind of like I left Kirsten's comment, and I'll save the chat and I'll use this as reference for future training. But if there's something you're really looking for me to get at now, I guess I'll just say, is there something more specific you're asking about? Usually that's going to be check class, make sure you've designated the class correctly, and then also make sure that student has some kind of program enrollment in CTE or ABE or ESL or whatever. But usually that's going to mean, sometimes it means you're doing a great job with the students but not marking the classes. Other times you might be doing a great job with the classes but not marking all students. So usually it's a one or t'other issue to your question, Sean. Okay, and Will, I'll just let you fill in the blanks here. Is there anything specific you're asking about with that? Okay, I mean, one answer I will give you is in the CAEP data dictionary, one thing people have asked is, that sounds the most like your question, Will, is what people have asked for is something in the data dictionary. So Randy, Veronica, and I have all mentioned the bubble voices is the reference we've used to kind of allow you to figure out what to mark for employment versus what to mark for transition versus what to mark for post-secondary and so on. What people have asked for is something more explicit in the data dictionary so you can look up each item and get a narrative for each item. I'll say that's actually something we did in the data dictionary. I'm not really sure that's what you're asking about, but that's one answer I can give you that conceivably seems like an answer to your question. So that's the answer I'll give you. If not, I'll let you clarify, or I'll just kind of pigeonhole it for now, but keep it along with Sean's question and Kirsten's question as some things to consider for the future. Okay, one more TE report, just because this is what's new, is we have what we're calling I3 reports. We probably need to do a little bit more about this, but not many people using it yet, so I'm not super panic stricken about it. But I do kind of see probably like in January being a time, once we kind of get, figure out what's going on this year, we'll start rolling in with these kind of workshops on I3. But some of you might remember AB 2098, that came out, I think, late 2018. But anyway, that was the legislation that required the state to have some kind of metrics related to immigrant integration. To be clear, it's required by the state level, but it's not necessarily an agency level requirement. But it's sort of been forgotten here since we've been in COVID-19 quarantine mode, but it was a big deal before then. And so I'll just say we haven't forgotten it because we've added this into TE. We're calling them I3 reports. I3 stands for Immigration Indicator, but we've got two big things for this. Okay, I'll leave it on this one. What is we've got reports that focus on the agency, class, and student level that provide information about EL Civics co-ops. So making a ridiculously long, for now I3 is just agency level. I just say if you're a manager, you can, but you would just need agency level login, not consortium. But anyway, we've got them related to EL Civics co-ops. So long story short, short story long is when 2098 was passed, there was a committee, and the committee agreed a lot of the immigration outcomes we're looking for are already represented in what we've been doing with our EL Civics data for some 15 years now. So we're going to relate that and use EL Civics as a way to report these outcomes. So if you're doing EL Civics already for WIOA, you really might want to consider doing this because you're going to get a lot of outcomes for CAEP already simply by having students pass a lot of these EL Civics co-ops. So number one, we've got a new column in the CAEP summary called I3 outcomes. That is when you mark it correctly and students pass these co-ops, it now gets counted as official outcomes for CAEP reporting. The other part of it is we've got these reports at the individual, class, and agency level that relates the content of those co-ops to how many passed and how many failed. So at the end of the day, it should help you identify areas of strength and identify areas of weakness from a accountability point of view. So COAP stands for Civic Objective and Additional Assessment Plan. Say that 10 times fast. Getting in the weeds, seeing as how you asked, the civic objective is if you're in EL Civics, you might have noticed we have like 60 categories. So the civic objective would be the broad category like banking, housing, digital literacy, employment, or whatever. And then within each category, we have many different specific additional assessment plans. You know, that is some are straight tests, some are role plays, some are oral interviews, whatever. Okay, here's that infamous bubble boy slide that we've been talking about. Again, it just gives you the 6 areas of AB 104. We color-coded 6 different colors for those 6 different areas and just marked, here's the CASAS update. So for example, got a job, predictably enough, is marked in blue. Blue is the color we're denoting for employment. So you can see get a job is one of 3 outcomes that's in blue, meaning those are the 3 you can mark that directly relate to employment outcomes for AB 104 for CAEP reporting. Here's the exact same information, but it's a TE screenshot rather than the update record. We've got letter coding instead of color coding here, where again, we just looked at those 6 areas of AB 104 and gave a letter marking to each of those 6 areas. Okay, we're in the home stretch. I've been given the 10-minute warning here. We're looking pretty good here. I think we should have a few minutes to spare. So we've got the BOI letter. I talked about this a few days ago. Neil gave some pushback here because yes, CAEP has already disseminated a BOI letter. I think that came out in late August. I'll let Veronica chime in. I think you probably know better when that came out, but I know you did it about a month ago or so maybe. So it's been done. Okay, thank you, Veronica. So there's a little bit of WIOA and CAEP confusion, but there's also with CAEP, we are gonna be updating this BOI letter because we set it out without really referring to that quarterly data submission wizard. So I think that's caused a little confusion because that wizard we have is for both CAEP and WIOA. Because the BOI letter didn't mention it, some are thinking it's WIOA only, so we will be revising the BOI letter in the next couple weeks, just FYI. Here's that CAEP data dictionary. So it's right there on the same page on the CASAS website as all the WIOA 2 documents. There is a separate data dictionary for CAEP that's similar to, but a different document than the one we have for We Owe It To. And like I said, in response to Sean's question, we did do a lot of big updates to the CAEP data dictionary after admittedly a couple years of not making many updates. So anyway, take a look at it. I'll encourage you, Will, especially, because I'm not sure if it's your question, but I kind of sort of think that might give you some of the information. Specifically, it looks at the outcomes from a CAEP point of view and kind of tells you what it is you need to mark in TE or on the entry update or whatever to get that particular outcome to show up for CAEP reporting. Okay, here's our timeline. The short answer is, again, same quarterly calendar as We Owe It To, same due dates, except for end of year. CAEP end of year due date is August 1. We Owe It To is July 15. Here's that quarterly data submission wizard I was talking about. It's in TE. It's been in TE for 2 or 3 months now. It's not anything that will be usable, though, until after September 30th. But again, after September 3rd, that is after the last day of the first quarter, it will be usable. And again, you'll use it to submit your CAEP data and We Owe It To. It includes your data and the data integrity report. So in sum, you'll run that wizard one time each quarter. And when you run it, it will include your CAEP data, CAEP DIR, We Owe It data, and We Owe It data DIR. So it's basically 4 in 1 with that data submission wizard. The question that's come up is for first, second, and third quarters, one time only. We're not giving second chances. Quite frankly, if it's quarterly and your DIR isn't exactly right, it's a very, very small problem. So we're not going to facilitate resubmissions. So if you're worried about it, then refrain from submitting until it's 125% okay. Don't submit until it's okay, because we're going out of our way to disallow resubmissions those first 3 quarters. We just don't think it's worth your time or our time to keep doing that. For end of year, on the other hand, that's different. For We Owe, of course, that's when payment points are involved. For a CAEP, still lots of outcomes at stake. So when we do end of year, we'll do the opposite and we'll let you continually resubmit. But again, for first, second, and third quarter, we really don't think it's necessary to allow any resubmissions, so we're not. Okay, here's the authorized assessments for the year. Again, just like last year with COVID-19, the feds kind of extended everything for 2021, so no changes whatsoever for all the obvious reasons. ABEASE use goals math or goals reading. ESL use life and work reading or life and work listening. Remote testing, that's another training, but lots of you have underwent it. Here's our remote testing page. We've obviously been talking about it nonstop since about May 1. So all kinds of resources on the CASAS remote testing page. We also have that reading level indicator or RLI. That's the informal assessment. So good news is you can do it on a cell phone. Good news is you don't have to have a proctor present. Bad news is it will give you that level placement, but it will not count as an official pre or post test. Okay, here's our CASAS website. If you're really new, my bet is none of you are that new. You've probably been to our website, but there's our website link if you're really new. And that's it. Looks like 4 minutes to spare. So I'll just say, any questions? If there are no questions, I'm not seeing them. I'll turn the floor over to Veronica.
Thank you, Jay, and thank you to everyone for hanging in there and continuing on with us throughout the day. Before we close out, Carolyn would like to say a few words. So Carolyn, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Veronica. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for sticking it out today. Some of you, I know this is day 5 of training for you, and I just appreciate your tenacity and perseverance to hang in there with us today. I know there was a lot of information, a lot of data from both Randy and Jay, And so we'll be looking at other opportunities to make sure that you can have additional training related to data. And I wish you all a wonderful weekend. And I hope that you'll find some time to not be sitting in front of your computer. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And now I am going to post just one last link. Is a registration link for our upcoming summit. So if you enjoyed what you heard today, we'll have a 4-day summit where each day will go from 8:30 to 2:30 p.m. But it will be a great variety of different types of topics in the areas of leadership, program evaluation, transition, learner transition, technology and distance learning, equity, and some other topics. So we have an amazing plenary speaker, Dr. Pedro Noguera from USC, and we have some amazing sessions from local programs. So definitely, if you haven't registered, please do register and also share this information with others. We have recorded the entire session today, so it will be made available on the California Adult Education website next week, along with the link to the Google folder with all of the resources that we compiled and put in there. And if anything else comes up, we'll put it in that folder as well. So we'll let you all know when that information is available, just in case you need to access it again, or if you like to share with others. So I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. Thank you to the TAP team, so Renee and Holly, for being a part of today's session, as well as Jay. Randy, Neil, and Javier had to leave, but definitely thank you to them for joining us today. And also, if you haven't registered for the October 5th Directories event, definitely make sure that you're registered for that. We're going to be having a few sessions with OTAN as well as the IDEAL Consortium out of World Ed, and they'll be talking about technology and distance learning, as well as digital literacy issues and equity issues as it relates to digital literacy. So, and including some data sessions, and then we'll open up with some sessions from the CAEP office. So that'll be another great day of training and resources and information for you all to carry forth as you continue on with the 2020-21 program year. So again, thank you all very much for your time and your participation, and we hope that everyone has a great afternoon and rest of the weekend. Take care.